Welcome to the jungle. It's Leo season. I got two of the best synchro mystic leonine gentlemen in the business. They even got matching tank tops. They're respecting the dress code. It's awesome to be on Vibrant again. It's been a while. Had a nice little summer break. Not as long as Gabriel's, must be nice. But we're here with a pretty long in the making conversation tonight. So everyone out there, really feeling blessed to see you all in the chat. Please pop off some shares to Synchro Mystic homies. I would love that because we're going to be building on stuff that the three of us have been discussing, in our podcast shared appearances for quite a long time. This is in a lot of ways a continuation of previous work, but I think there's going to be some big keys provided here tonight that kind of make things fit together in a nice way. I like it. I'm ready. You guys ready?
Hell yeah. I've been channeling this whole, when you sent me this stuff, the first person I thought of was Gabe. And the second person I thought of was Baba, the Cosmic Barber. And for any of you who know who that is, I've been channeling him. He's always massaging. He's like, relax. And he's like taking all the energy out of the air and putting it into his massages. So that's what we're going to be doing for the words you sent to us.
It's a massage for your, your soul more than your brain.
That's right. We're going to massage the message.
So the subject on the chopping block tonight is really something that I don't know that anyone could ever get to the bottom of, honestly. Probably the most occult aspect of the occult, and that would be the Sibyls, or as Michael Tessarion likes to refer to it, the female illuminati. And, we're not saying illuminati necessarily like your, oh my God, conspiracy theorist type of phrase, but like the initiates, potentially the source of all of the things that have come after when you think about what is contained in, allegedly contained in the writings and the ravings of the Sibyls. Gabe, you're really the one that put this topic up for the chopping block. And I've been crunching on it mentally for quite a long time. Threw together some slides for tonight. This is the Sibyls painting by, I think, Raphael. I don't know if that's the name of the painting, but they're all over the ancient world, but also well hidden in an interesting way. Constantly referenced, rarely spotted. And Gabriel, why did you want to get into this?
Man alive. It is so vast and so huge. Am I coming through all right on audio?
Beautiful.
Okay.
And you're outside. Also must be nice.
Yeah, nice. So essentially, the way I see it, one thing about the Sibyls is that they are notoriously elusive. They're very evasive. There's a lot of manipulation that is necessitated by the fact that they have to stay occulted. They have to stay obfuscated or in the shadows or removed from. Literally, this is in esoterica, this is impeccable because the feminine is private. They stay behind the veil. They stay hidden. They hold all the jewels in the future investments of the family. They have all the hope and all the seeds, all the princely inheritance is in the divine feminine. So she holds all the secrets and the math and the knowledge and the measurements. That's all feminine. So when we go looking for them philosophically, it's only appropriate that they are veiled. That, Aphrodite with her thin nightie, she has something, she's wearing something, but you can see the something underneath the something. And so all of this is kind of intellectually identifiable in our language. The Sibyls live in our language, and they flirt in our subconscious realm in such pronounced ways that when you look at it from the macro level, you realize that it really does sway our decision making in the psychology and the scaffolding of the vessel that we use to communicate. It's in our language, these Sibyls, and they're everywhere, and we're quite obedient if you just know where to find them in our language.
Well said, man. Well said. Definitely the aspect of the public and the private as it pertains to law is a huge element of this conversation. So as we, go through the slides, it's going to be some things I want everyone to have in mind, because we might not get to those things till later in the slides. But the big topics here are government. I didn't even put it in the slides, but one of the philological shifts you can do with Sibyl by swapping some letters that are appropriate to swap is kyber, as in kybernetics or cybernetics, which is also the same root as the word gover. So the steersman of the ship.
Yes.
It's like that old adage, right? Behind every great man is a more powerful woman pulling the strings, that type of thing. I think that's in the mix here. And so we want to keep in mind that the overarching theme, I think, that links this to other conversations that the three of us have had, is how the religious, ecclesiastical, legal framework of how societies are governed in a feudal system, or even a neo-feudal system like we have now, where that feudalness is more concealed, that's I think that we're not off base at all to connect this back to the idea of these prophetesses and seers. And so we want to keep the law aspect in mind. We want to keep I think I'll just leave it at that as we get into it. But Dylan, what do you want to introduce your thoughts on this conversation like?
So I have 2 sections prepared. The first section, and we'll do mine after this. The first, or after your slides if we have time, right? But first section, it's how it pertains to our government, which is under Roman civil law. And the trusts that bind us to this perverted system are based on ecclesiastical trusts from the old world. And second of all, we're going to tie it into scripture if we have time, but also the implications of corruption and forgeries, and how the Sibyls themselves, all of this could be a product of the early takeover of the church, from what we know about it. And we're going to revert to the work of Justin Martyr for that. And then I have tons of stuff philologically that I saw, that I'm sure you guys probably saw some of that as well. And so we'll bounce those ideas. And then other than that, we'll just fire from the hip.
Yeah, buddy. So in terms of firing from the hip, however either of you want to weave your ideas into the slides as we go, just stop me. We'll do that. If it requires a screen share, send me what I need to put up. And Dylan, it sounds like there might be kind of a noise gate effect happening on your mic, and it may behoove you to be, that could be from the fan or the air conditioning. It may just require you to be a little closer as you speak so that doesn't happen.
Try it now.
Cool.
I always hate when sometimes I speak too close to the microphone and nobody told me during the show, and then the re-listening to it, it's like, why didn't you guys tell me to put the mic a little bit further?
I'm here to be your professional podcast captain. Rachel, thank you for the super chat. Always coming through. Reliable. 1999 euros. So it's even better than dollars. Thank you so much. Appreciate that a lot. You guys out there, feel free to super chat as you go if you appreciate the information here. So we'll get into some slides then. From Heraclitus, according to Plutarch. The Sibyl, with frenzied mouth, uttering things not to be laughed at, unadorned and unperfumed, yet reaches to 1,000 ears with her voice by the aid of God, by aid of the God. I don't know if it was supposed to be 1,000 ears or 1,000 years. I think it was ears, but actually either seems appropriate. I may have had a typo here. But, this first slide, I want to proffer a possibility that the mythos of the Sibyl being, a raving lunatic, crazy lady speaking in riddles or nonsense that has to be deciphered. And all that goes along with that sort of like feminine chaos. Well, there may be truth to it. It may also be part of the corruption by the takeover of the church. Because at the same time as that takeover of the church, if there were such things, the books of the Sibyls are destroyed. You know, the last vestiges of that system are either eliminated or gone completely underground. So there could very well be a big push to remove any tangible references or links to what that Sibyl system entailed, how it worked, what was taught. Because as we're going to explore in these slides, and I'm sure Dylan's got gravy on this too, is the main thrust of the Sibyls, wherever you find them, was in the prophesying of a savior born of a virgin, yada, 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 all of the trappings that we know. And while that gets attributed to Jesus by the later church fathers, it's actually, vestiges of a much older system relating to the continual reincarnation of the savior on a cyclical basis. Gentlemen, anybody?
Yes. So I just posted a link in the private chat. And if you want to go to that, that'll bring you up to Google Images. If you want, I'll share that with the chat as well on YouTube. It's too long, but basically, am I?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say again, this is what harkening back to what I'm doing with my work is. You see that the Cumaean Sibyl, like Cumae, right? So this is a town in Italy. But again, they're perpetuating this Greek narrative that all of this stuff is Greek. You have to go to Italy to find it. And this is the farrago and the covering up of Italian history that I'm going to start getting more expansive on. I'm going to publish a new book on, and I'm going to start getting more aggressive on, because it's being overlooked, and everything that you see going on in Italy is being attributed to everybody but Italians.
Watch out. More aggressive, Dylan. More aggressive. Awesome. New book. That's a cool announcement. Yeah. Do you want me to enlarge any of these? I mean, I just wanted
you to see it for reference, that these are the caves where these priestesses are in, and you go and you get these prophecies from them. They would write them on leaves and scatter them in the wind. And so then you, even wealthy people, right? All rulers and shit, they'd have to scurry around trying to catch the leaves so they could get their message. And there was a real ritual to this.
Not to mention that just the imagery of these cave openings is quite evocative of the female opening. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Totally. So some of my research on the Sibyls has been really focused on what the differences are. So as soon as Dylan said the Cumae, I knew on a map. I've got not all of them. There's a good list of them.
Gabriel does his research like a real druid. He keeps it all straight in his mind and memory. It's amazing, dude.
But the Cumae it kind of bottlenecks. It definitely is going to have the richest. It kind of filters. They kind of all came to Cumae to a large degree, because there was one of the Sibyls came to Rome and made this offer to the emperor. I don't have the names on this, but she says, I got these 9 books with all the wisdom of the Sibyls of how to keep your people in line with the power of prophecy. And he's like, yeah, how much? She's like, 6 million. He's like, 6 million. She's like, yeah, 6 million. She burns 3 of them. She's like, I got these 6 books, $6 million. She's like, wait, that's the same price for 9. She's like, yeah, she burns 3 more of them. She's like, I got these 3 books, $6 million. He's like, yo, stop burning that shit. Here's $6 million. He pays the price for 9, and all he got was 3. And then those 3 books seeded that Greco emulation that Rome went through. They were trying to go through the motions to kind of keep that civility transferred on to the next generation. So yeah, that Cumae is a good one. I got quite a few notes on that. But yeah. Oh, and I wanted to say in that quote, okay, this is fun, y'all. This is really fun because I'm reading Machiavelli on one side of my head, and I'm looking back through his eyes. In that quote that you had there, Chance, it said unadorned and unperfumed, right? In that quote that you had pulled up by Plutarch. So adorned and perfumed, those are the Judeo clan would say those are arts that the Nephilim taught the women so that they could put on these glamours on their eyes and put on, jewelry and look symmetrical to mirror the symmetry of nature on their body to attract men with these arts. So all of that is Machiavelli technology, and it's all in this word, adorned and perfumed. That's the false realm. That's the false world. That is literally in the definition of world. The world is adorned. It's covered up. It's a false overlay. So yes, there it is, right there. When you go in public, you got to wear these adornments, these mind games. You have to put on these mind games and these sigils, right, to go out in public.
Your
Personas.
work uniform.
Personas, masks.
Yeah, your legal person, your work uniform. The type of trend you want to emulate, like I'm a goth or I'm an emo or whatever the hell. Yes,
and one more thing, and this is a huge rabbit hole, but I just got to put it while we're talking about adorned and seeing the world through glamours. That is where grimoire comes from. Language dresses the world up so that you can take things in acceptably. This is the art of the Sibyl. And the Sibyls had a certain type of mascara. I believe it had malachite or some sort of fallen stone from the heavens that they would put onto their eyes, and they were said to be able to see in ways that we can't. But also, it was a costly gift. They had the ability to see because they put this makeup on. They could see through into the other realm. It's like we're in a dark biome, an unseen, the other side, the other realm, whatever. If they wear this makeup. But the thing is, it had a costly price, and it actually wore them down because the makeup, too much of anything is going to cost you something. But who knows whether it worked or not? I've never tried it myself, but I think it's fascinating that these glamours are still used today.
I am really glad you brought up the malachite-based mascara, and I don't know I don't know what else they might have had in it, but malachite is interesting. First of all, it has a lot of high copper concentration. It's like copper, carbon. Let me look here.
That goes straight to Cyprus then.
Copper carbonate hydroxide. So copper invokes the Venusian ideal. It's the metal of Venus. It is also highly conductive. They're putting it, basically around their eyes, the window to the soul. The other interesting thing about malachite, in my experience in energy work, is you see how it's got this dark element to it. It's like, this malachite in this picture has a lot of lighter spots, but much of it that you find is more on the dark green spectrum, black green more than white green. And like other stones of that nature, like moldavite, interesting, still begins with the M-O-L-M-A-L, is something that it's like a heart-oriented stone. Here we are in Leo talking about the heart, but it's green, the heart, has a lot of heart chakra potential energy activation. But because of this dark quality to it, it's absorptive. So the longer you keep malachite in your possession, or without, energetically cleansing it, or the longer you wear a stone like this, it can actually kind of build up with your negative emotions and start to become like an albatross around your neck. You got to be aware of that with the stones of the darker green complexion. It's not that they can't be used well, but without energetic hygiene, they actually can become kind of more of a detriment.
Yeah. This definitely makes me think of a peacock. If I had to, of all the minerals, would you agree that this takes on the peacock likeness? It's got like lots of eyeballs.
Yeah, it's a fascinating. Malachite's a really unique one. I'll say that.
Yeah.
It has a very silky feel to it.
I just wanted to put that on the record because that'll be, the peacock is Hera's and her one of her spirit animals. It's Pavo constellation. She also has a lot to do with Earth, Pluto, the riches of Earth.
Yeah, it's got a long history of use with scrying. So not surprising that history probably comes from the Sibyls. Good dig. I
You guys
forgot about that
remember
detail.
remember that conversation we had one day? It was like I just hopped on a random vibrant. I told you about my Aya experience, and that was the color of her skin, that dark green. So that's kind of freaky.
That's pretty Medusa colored, right? Would you say?
Yeah, and that's kind of like going
Mother
back
of
to that
monsters.
Aphrodite, Venus,
There she-
and going back to my family. If you believe the astrotheological history of it, I don't. But going back to the K and C interchange, right? In classical Latin, it would be Caesar, not Caesar. It would be Caesar. The Italian way is Cesare, right? That's how they say it now. But it was a G allegedly. That's how they pronounce it apparently. But they're descended from the Julia tribe in Alba Longa, and they claim to be descended from Iulus, which is the son of Ennius, who is the bastard son of Venus.
That's gonna come up. I gotta write that down. Say that again. The son of Ennius.
Son of Venus.
Yeah. Well, the allegory is that I think it's an allegory for us being descended from Venetians, the sea, right? Venus, the sea people. But the way it's been passed off is that Iulus, I think it would be J, like the Julia tribe, Julia, or Julii, but it would look like Iulus. That's the Latin name for the son of Ennius from the Trojan War, allegedly. And I've talked at great length that I don't even think the Trojan War is real. I think it's all astrology or astrotheology. But
yeah. Well, there's definitely, more to come in this conversation about unintentional or bastard children of the Magna Mater, the Great Mother. Interesting too, if you do the K, like the malachite, the interchange of that with the S sound, it's the malachite, or marasite.
Or just malice.
Or just malice.
Right. And we do say she'd be looking bad. She'd be looking real bad. And that's another thing is like, there's a virgin maiden crone. Am I getting that right? Am I mixing that up?
Maiden and virgin are the same, I think.
Who's the middle?
Oh, maiden, that's it. Mother crone or virgin mother crone.
Thank you. Maiden mother crone. I notice culturally, everybody's wants to culturally impregnate the other culture's grandmother. Like, no, I got your grandmother. No, my daddy got your grandmother. And so there's this thing about the old ones in the old, the crone. Where whose source is this? Whose grandma is whose? And, so many cultures were tracking it through the fathers. And meanwhile, a whole nother community was tracking it through the mothers, keeping it on the private. And that's very fascinating as well, that we have these occulted family lines and their DNA, their history, their actual family lineage is somewhere, deep in some catacombs somewhere, and treated like a treasure. It becomes like a treasure, the provenance of the blood.
Louis just dropped a great anagram in there. It's a pretty much exact anagram phonetically, malachite and calamity. Whoa.
What? They could see calamities. To foresee calamity, they would wear malachite.
Yeah, that's incredible. There's got to be a there because they were all about foreseeing calamities.
Did you say that was Polly?
Yeah, polymathing Louis. He's a
big
legend.
Up, Louis. Big up, brother.
Come on screen.
Nice.
So this slide seems to have got a little bit squished, unfortunately. I don't know how that happened. Hopefully not more slides got squished in the upload. If so, I'll just run the screen share differently, but some possible etymology links of the word Sibyl I've got up here. So the ancient Greek would have been Sibylla or Sibula. Well, we see in there basically the exact word of bull, which is a council. It's also the word bull, as in like your papal bulls. It also, of course, connects to the animal, the bull, which is very important to the rites and rituals of these, pseudo-druidic cults. I think there's a possibility that the Sibyl system, once it's passed over into the Holy Roman Empire system, has something potentially to, as it's, on the decline, it maybe have something to do with transitioning. Maybe it was at its height during the age of Taurus and was on the decline during the age of Aries. I don't know, possibilities. But the another word that means divine will or divine counsel in ancient Greek is theobule. And if you accept the interchangeability of the letters TH, T, or ST, as I've been doing some Greek studies, sometimes they do pop off what should be more of a T sound with the ST sound. They kind of aspirate it like that. So lights just flickered. Interesting. So the theobule becoming Sibyl isn't that crazy. I think that there's something there. Another interesting possibility is sublicius. I think that's how you'd say it. It's a word relating to, in Latin, to a bridge. So you would say like a pontus sublicius, like it's resting on pilings.
Man, I am getting all kinds of hits. Big time. Okay. So sepulcher, a sepulcher or sepulcher was like a place where they
towers in Ireland. Every single one of those fucking towers has got a dead, very important people buried underneath them.
Right. Now keep in mind the Sibyls are sitting on top of rot. The Pythia is rot. It's a rotten, dead thing, and it has gaseous fumes. Now, they're not all the same. Some of them are different. Some of them are like, they're not all doing the same procedure. But just keep this in mind, that part of the mythology is this dead thing that they're breathing in the fumes. So Sybylicius is a resting place or pilings. That's very fascinating because we also know that they use sepulchers or funeral pyres or mounds, burial places to channel energy. So I think we're also, while we're dealing with these Sibyls, I think we're looking at necromancy as well as geomancy combined. I think that we're looking where the two meet, where necromancy, geomancy, and all the telemetry and the ley lines and the dragon lines. I think we're looking at this this long, very long, intricate thread. Okay, and wait, hold on. I'm sorry. One more thing, guys. I'm sorry. I can't miss this. Theobule, chance. Theobrome is that was the frickin' chocolate. That's the frickin' anagram for Baphomet. The Baphomet, the scientific name for chocolate. If you grant me the rho, if you give me rho and you let me turn it into the Greek P, I can change the word, the scientific word for chocolate, into Baphomet directly. And when you look at the flower head on, a direct head on symmetrical facing the flower, it is the face of Baphomet. And so this is interesting because we're going underground, we're imbibing, we're partaking in some sort of psychedelic initiation ritual, and we're looking at a psychologically jarring image, and we're love bombing. There's a opening of your heart and an attachment to whatever this teachable lesson in the psychological moment is. So when they flash this big titty goat-headed monster, you're like, oh, what the fuck am I looking at? But why does my heart? And then the psychedelics kick in, and then the orgy starts, and you're like, what the fuck did I do last night? And you're compromised.
One of the things I wanted to bring attention to is it says resting on pilings. Well, that's usually like a wharf or a dock, places where ships come to port, not so much bridges. And one of the things that made Venice unique is they built the whole city on that. So they would drive pilings into the earth underneath the water and build on top of those. So I think that there might be something to that. And I forgot what else I was going to add, but I wish I could like rewind what Gabe said, because he said something that you know, it's gone.
Yeah.
So the etymology that really sparked all this for me, making me definitely want to do this show, was the realization that Sibyl, with the BV switch, as is so common, becomes civil. Civilization, Sybylization. So right there in the word Sibyl, you have civil, you have Kyber or cyber, you have gover. Is also, I don't have it on the slide. I totally missed the Kyber, cyber, gover thing. But what is Kyber? You know, what is the gover root relate to? What Dylan just said, it's relating to ship, steersman of a ship.
Controller.
So there's something there, I think, you know, that's why I put in this resting on pilings, sublicius, because obviously there's got to be a relation to the holy sailors, the sea people, whoever they may be. And then another one might feel more like a stretch, but I can't tell you how many times the Greek theta, as I've been learning to speak some Greek, the words that start with a theta, which is a th, I can't tell if they're saying it with a D or a V. A lot of times I thought that I should start the word with a V sound, a V, but it actually is a theta. And it's supposed to be more.
Or is it a Veda?
Is it a Veda? And so granting that and the B to V interchange, it's actually not that far off, Sibyl, from vulva. And the vulvas were the prophetesses and magic wielders of the Norse mythos and the Voluspa texts. So I think that's what this image on the right is. These are meant to be vulvas of the Norse mythos. But, you know, would you guys have been surprised if I told you that that was supposed to be a depiction of the Sibyls? Look below them. Look what's in the ocean to the bottom left of this image. Bunch of drowned men. So.
Oh yeah, those are like faces or something.
Bunch of poor fuckers.
Or they're the manes guiding the souls.
So the
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Going back to that C and G interchange, because Gabe was talking about necromancy and geomancy and all that stuff. Well, that's necro comes from negro, right? So black, death, winter, etc. Necromancy literally means black magic. So that's what that's something to be mindful of. That C and G interchange. Going back to that.
Booty Yoga in the chat with a great point. What about sibilant? A sibilant is a hissing sound in patterns of speech, which, as he says, that might relate to the pithis or the pythia, the python of the Delphic oracle.
As I say it,
yes, I love that. I do know that some people have accused culturally certain languages of like having so many S's that they sound like a den of vipers when they speak together. And I think it is Latin, isn't it? Isn't it Latin that has so many S's that they're like, it was like distasteful to the ear for some cultures at some point. So yeah, that's interesting that it's a Pythias.
Oh, there's a ton of different Sibyls. I actually, I had ambitions to cover off.
Dude, this just ties into what I said. Cimmerian relates to darkness. Or Chimerian.
We're going to get a lot of that. We're going to get a lot of that.
Okay, that's also a phonetic anagram for American, right there. American, Cimmerian. There's an anagram in that. But I wanted to weave on that darkness that you were bringing up, Dylan. Because it's chthonic, they're underground. It's also you're going inside, so it's yonic, it's private. Oh, but it's in our subconscious. That's the other thing, and that's why it's so fascinating. And like, I'm cautious because it's almost like we're being invited into the cave to be like, So I know that this is a narrow path. I know that my footsteps are on a predetermined route here. And so that's why I'm being extremely cautious, like, because I noticed somebody in the Ateli before we started, they were bringing up the fact that, like, there was an assault on the feminine, this whole thing about like going after the midwives, and all of that is fascinating and important and valid. But I just want to say that, what do I want to say? Oh, that the women at this time, that in the cultural context of what we're talking about, I think it's important we bring up the fact that the women weren't telling men that they had a role in making babies, and that this is kind of part of why the theory goes that this is part of why there was such a suppression of the feminine, is because they were in such a place of control. Not only did they not tell you about your child or whose child belonged to who, they had not only control of that, but I want to bring this up. They also were in a position to be in control when you want to talk to your dead loved ones. So you better be in their good graces. You better be in the good favors of the Sibyls, because when your loved ones pass away and you go to pay your dues, the necromantic priests will come to you and be like, "Yo, man, we heard what you did," and then they start leveraging you and blackmailing you, and they find your weak spots. So all of this is just psychological vulnerabilities that have been exploited in the past, and they're just finding new ways to do the same thing and repackage it. And the proof of it is hiding in our words. Okay, I'm going to stop ranting.
Dude, the fucking slides. You don't know what's going on with me right now. Carmentis, Mount Carmel. What's a Carmelite? A worshiper of Mary. That's a great virgin, isn't she?
Whoa.
And then you've got Lupercum.
Yeah, let me
Hold on, real quick.
this off for the people that are just listening.
Okay.
Hold it though. Don't lose these. Hold them tight.
You're the one that made this shit. I can't help it if I'm seeing it.
Because what you just said though, I didn't even think about that. The Carmelites, but the phonetic roots of car and men, very important to this whole conversation. They'll come up again later, so pay attention to that. Car, mentis. One thing that just off the cuff, which by the way, the Sumerian Sibyl was supposed to be named Carmentis. So that's one way you could define that name would be the mind of the sun, or the core. Like we're gonna get into the whole root of core later, but car is also a big part of this. I'll just read the slides. Okay. So I'm doing what I told you to stop doing so that I can read the slides. Sumerian Sibyl, by name Carmentis, presided over the Apollonian Oracle at Sumerium in Italy near Lake Avernus. That word Avernus, that's, it might be related to the same root as the Iberi or avarice, words that are derivative of the Hebrew four letters, the four letters that create the, that we get as the word Hebrew. Avernus could be in there. It's possible. The mentions of the Sumerian Sibyl come from 235 to 204 BC from the playwright Naevius in his books on the Punic War. So now the Phoenicians are in here in the story. This prophetess was cited in an encyclopedia called Liber Floridus. The important note is that in this text, she's identified as India. Very important note. And this Sibyl's son, allegedly, Evander, founded in Rome the first shrine of Pan, the Lupercal or Lupercum. So that's another thing. Pan's the goat god dude. There's a thread here repeatedly, and it'll come up again later in the slides too, of the son of the Magna Mater, or the Great Mother, having something to do with being raised by a goat or being part goat or setting up shrines to goat gods. Definitely a lot of goats going on. Okay, have at it, Dylan. I want to just read it off. There's going to be some reading tonight. I'll try to be quick about it.
All right, so if you check the comments, I posted 2 links. The first is Skol and Hati. And what I wanted to bring to the attention to that with your slide was you have Lupercalia, right? These are festivals, right? Apollo, Lycos, like the wolf is a symbol of Apollo and of Mars, these gods of war, right? These sun gods. And Haiti in the Norse, if you look up on that, if you want to bring that link up, you'll see the wolves. They're basically the wolves of winter. The winter sun is allegorized by a wolf because wolves, for anyone who lives in the north that actually has wolves, they're the most active when they hunt in wintertime. Whereas in summertime, it's the lion, right? That's going to correspond to the summer sun. Leo, Heracli, or Ercli in Etruscan. Now, what's interesting about this is you have Hati, you have Hades, the Greek winter, which would correspond to the Pluto, right? The rape of Persephone, because during wintertime, the Virgin is the one that rules the skies after midnight. And then you have Aita, which is Aita. I sent there in the second link in that chat is the Etruscan or Etruscan. I say Etruscan because the Latin it would be spelled like you say Hetrushi, which is Hetrusci, right? And so in Latin, we say like, right, if I were to say, le capisce l'italiano, it means, do you speak Italian? Capisce, right? Do you understand? You don't say le capisce. You don't say piscis, you say Pisces or Pisces, which is fish, pisciculi. You say bishop in Old English, Bisceop. It's not bisciop, it's bishop.
So wait a second. You're telling me that had fish capisci means understands?
Le capisce, do you understand?
Le capisce. So capisce is like hat fish. So the Pope's fish hat is saying a visual pun that he capisce. He capisce.
Not to mention you stand on your Pisces. Your feet are the Pisces.
Wow.
Because people always get mad at me, like, look at this dumb Italian. He doesn't even know how to say Etruscan. No, we don't. Latin doesn't work that way.
Wow. So yes. So to say I understand is like I'm going to put on the hat. I'm going to capiche. I'm going to hat put. I'm going to put on the hat.
Kaput. Yeah, kaput.
and now I'm kaput.
Yeah. C and H interchange. Yeah, it's wild, man.
Wow. I did not know about Aita, or however you would say that, the Etrurian Hades. But that is phonetically there. T and D switch. So you have, 80.
Well, you're the one that brought up Haiti, that island corresponding to Hades.
Yeah, and it's an underworld to the above continent in a way. Yeah, this is something I need to brood on longer. The Etrurian Hades. Really interesting.
So capiche literally means, are you going to wear this hat? So when the judge says to you, do you understand? He's saying, capiche, are you going to put this hat on? Are you going to
put capitalism?
And what is a hat? It's a hood.
Right.
Are you Dylan Michael Saccoccio?
Yeah.
Are you this person? Are you going to put on this person hood?
Yes. Okay. I think somewhere in this wordplay that we're doing right now is Malkuth and Keter. This is Malkuth and Keter. Malkuth is basically an anagram for MK Ultra. If you give me the L to R, Malkuth becomes MK Ultra, and Keter is the feet. So there's the crown and the feet. And we're talking about kaput means PC
is the crown and Malkuth is the feet, right?
Is the feet. So somehow the MK Ultra of the switcheroo of do you understand? Are you going to wear this hat? Is all in the language of what we just laid out.
Fucking wild, man. When you start looking at this stuff, it's like, is this just if you think about it, thought, these things are what people would call supernatural, right? Because they exist. You just can't physically necessarily measure them in any scientific way or physics way, but we're having thoughts and we're engaging in this supernatural technology. And a lot of people don't appreciate that divinity in us that enables us to do this, you know?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. And it's fascinating how these visual puns are seeded so long ago that the cultural context it took us hundreds of years to get the joke. We just got the joke of capisci.
And on the next fucking slide, it's Apollyon with the angel of the abyss of winter.
Beauteous.
So the Cumaean Sibyl, in my opinion, is the most interesting one in the context of our conversation today, because I'm kind of keeping things more in Italy. Because, you know, we probably folklorically, we all have heard a lot more about Delphi, the Oracle of Delphi. Dylan needs to hold the phone. Go at it, dude. Go for it.
Do you remember a couple weeks ago I was saying, or maybe like last week, or it was a while ago, but I said, like, I think I have I have a suspicion on what made Italians cuck. Like, how did these priests of Egypt get over there? Well, you just said near Naples. What else is near Naples? Mount Vesuvius. And one of the cities that I think was a crucial city to ancient Italy back then was Pompeii. And so when that went off and destroyed Pompeii, in whether it's 79 AD or some other time in the first century, when you're a people in need, that would have crippled the economy. Because if you look at it, it's the Sarno River. It goes straight from the Tyrrhenian Sea, which is another word for Pelagian, right? The Pelagi and the Tyrrhenians were the same people, Etruscans. That region was a huge city, and not even a lot is known about it. They're still finding all kinds of stuff about it. And I think that was the catalyst. You know, like when you're in need, you'll take help from anybody. And who are the people who help? The healers, the therapeutes. And that's what I think was the catalyst for them coming over there under the guise of aid, just like they do with Haiti.
Just like they do all over with it, you know, the spread of
Red
empire.
Cross,
It's
yeah.
always about foreign aid.
And they're going in there and they're pimping everything out. And I think that's I can't prove anything, but that's what I suspect.
The next level crazy possibility is like, was there some kind of black magic to pop off that volcano? Because way underneath the surface of these waters is the weather manipulation, the, you know, summoning storms to wipe out fleets of Persian boats, you know,
or even just forcing slaves to mine in that mountain to a certain depth or whatever, not knowing what the consequences of that would be, you know, like they might have known the consequences, but you know, the slaves they got no choice.
A lot of possibilities.
Yep.
So yeah, I think the Cumaean Sibyl, though, is one of the most interesting for this conversation. We've all heard a lot more about the Oracle of Delphi. I would say that's more common knowledge, and it's definitely important. But let me read through the slide here. The Cumaean Sibyl presided over the Apollonian Oracle at Cumae near Naples, as we've said. Very interesting to look at some of the alternate names for this Sibyl. Hierophile. So there you have Eros. There you have Hera, the goddess. There you have Savior, which is Hera or Hari Krishna, right? That's according to Pausanias, an important figure in talking about Sibyls. Pausanias is one of the few that's passed much over to us into the modern age. The Aeneid refers to the Cumaean Sibyl as Deiphobes or Deiphobe, which is like the light of the god or the fear of the god, depending on how you look at it.
You know what?
Amalthea, Demophile, Taraxandra. Those are some other names for this Sibyl.
Nice. So, you know, Chance, that Hierophile, that
Love
one
of the Savior is what that would mean.
It's also Hiero.
It's
yeah,
also
the holy love.
Yes, it's also a psychological condition where people eroticize sacred objects. It's a psychological condition. Hierophilia is where you are aroused by what is sacred. And this little study, this little nugget of wisdom is what made me realize that today the new sacred implement, the new sacred tool that is so erotic that it has literally conquered the world is the mouse. The mouse is the yoni, and the little button in the middle is the clitoris. And they have rubbed the clitoris of the grandma
Dude, and yeah,
until
people, what's
it,
the internet mostly used for?
Yeah, look at
grant-
all those people watching porn and shit with the clicking that mouse like it's like a fucking slot machine.
to grant fucking wishes. They just rub the little mouse and somebody comes to their fucking door. They've sexualized the entire fucking experience. It's ergonomically perfect. They've sexualized life. And all you got to do is rub a button and they come knocking at your door. A fit man will come bring whatever you ask for. Just
What
rub
does it
that
mean that I have this sideways ergonomic mouse? It's a sideways vagina?
button. I told you, don't tell Owen about that.
That
That's
means you probably own a pair of assless chaps. Dude,
that's
even if we disregard the mouse, look at the MacBook. It's a box, and another name for it is box.
moving on. We'll keep that in the back of our minds. Well,
You know,
actually, I want to add to what you said, Gabriel, because the eroticizing of sacred objects.
Yes, I got one
Interesting
more
point,
after
because
this.
a big thing with the tradition, the Sibylline tradition. So there's a difference between a fetish with an SH and a fetish with a CH. A fetish is sexual. A fetish, when something is fetishized, is when the sacred implements or the sacred symbolism or mythologies of your ancestors is still revered in a traditional sense, or maybe even idolatrized without the actual spiritual meaning or metaphysical depth retained. So what the Romans really did with a lot of the Sibylline rituals and rites and customs is a big form of fetishism, because it's constantly referred to how they don't really know why they do this, but they just are doing it. So they've
Right.
fetishized it. And
Right.
so there's definitely a there with the fetish and the fetish.
Yes, and also I'd love to kind of marry the two together a little more with the fact that you're feeding an itch. Whether you're going through, yeah, fettuccine, yeah. What's up, Carrie? Mwah. So yeah, there was something else on my mind. Oh, hierophilia. Oh yes. Okay, one more thing about taking the sacred implements of our culture today. You can't convince me there's anything less sacred than the mouse that makes the machine go. You know what I mean? It doesn't get much more sacred really in this day and age. But here's another one. This is kind of fun. The laptop, Hunter Biden laptop, and all the crack cocaine whores on there, and all the debauchery and all whatever.
And how the right is now obsessed with like sharing tranny porn and Hunter Biden sniffing crack off of hookers.
Right.
They're sharing the filth, and they're like, you have to look at this. We got to stop the left.
Right. Now here, I want to just kind of from a very elevated perspective, I want to look at this laptop thing, and I want to say, like, for some reason, it becomes a holy grail to find. Have you seen what's on it? Did you see the pictures? It becomes, and so we're fetishizing this laptop, and the laptop, again, just like the mouse, it doesn't get more sacred than this day and age. Now hold on. The laptop, this is a trip and a half, guys. The whole thing with Hunter Biden's laptop is an anagram for La Puta, which is the bitch. And it is in Gulliver's Travel. La Puta is the floating island that the elites live on. La Puta is the name of the island that the elites live on that floats up in the heavens. And this is what it has much to do with us eroticizing success. We've even made it so far that it's like, oh yeah, I could do crack whores and whatever, and that's getting ahead in life. That's how
you just described the real Atlantis, Gabe.
That's
like
how
the
I
rings,
get
whatever. It's the heavens, and the rings are made by the planets or whatever.
Yes, so the laptop is going to grant you access to Plato's realm, where you can watch the porn, where Hunter and the successful people who run the world are up there banging 70 virgins in heaven. You know, it's all just into this this illusory.
Hold on, is it 70 or is it 72? Because we know the Jews like to round, so they don't like 72, so they'll use 70, right? Instead of
don't
the
know.
72 degrees. So,
But if the Norse catch you and kill you, they'll chop your dick off, so you're stuck with no dick and 72 virgins. That's torture.
Moving on.
as William Defoe said in Born in the 4th of July in his wheelchair, if you ain't got it in the hips, you better got it in the lips.
I'm going to finish this slide. As Gabe alluded to, and I think we'll talk about more later. Actually, I have quite a bit we could talk about with the Cumaean Sibyl. You know, if we want to get into the story of the acquisition of the Sibylline books by Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, the supposedly semi-legendary last of the 7 kings of Rome before the empire, but I think he's fully legendary, really. According to Dionysius of Halicarnassus, around the 50th Olympiad, not long before the kings were expelled from Rome, an old woman who was, quote, not a native of the country, arrived incognita in Rome. As Gabe already kind of told the story, she offered 9 books of prophecies to King Tarquin. He declined to purchase them because they were too expensive. She burned 3, offered the remaining 6 to Tarquin at the same price, which he refused. And then she burned 3 more of them, repeating the offer. Tarquin then relented after the other, like, I think the priesthood chastised him because they're like, we need those books. And so he purchased the last 3 at full price. And then she, so according to Dionysius of Halicarnassus, she disappeared from among men. The books were thereafter kept in the temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill in Rome to be consulted only in emergencies. The temple burned down in the 80s BC and the books with it, allegedly, necessitating a recollection of Sibylline prophecies from all parts of the empire. So this is like the Eclectics playbook, actually, recollecting all of the lost parts of the mythos and the system from all the places where it's been scattered. That's what eclecticism was about. The eclectics are the therapeutes, the college from Alexandria.
I told you I was going to get more aggressive. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
I have a bit more to go over with this slide. The carefully sorted Sibylline prophecies that were determined to be legitimate were saved in the rebuilt temple. Emperor Augustus had them moved to the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine Hill, and they remained there until that was also destroyed later on. In the Aeneid, the Cumaean Sibyl prophesied by singing the fates, writing on oak leaves. They were arranged inside the entrance of her cave, but if the wind blew and scattered them, she would not help reassemble the leaves to recreate the original prophecy. The Sibyl was, in the Aeneid, a guide to the underworld, which is Hades, whose entrance lay at the nearby crater of Avernus, and Aeneas employed her services to go visit his dead father in the underworld, Anchises. So in Ovid's Metamorphosis, this is where it gets interesting. Ovid says the Sibyl, Cumaean Sibyl, was a mortal, but she lived 1,000 years, and she attained her longevity when Apollo offered to grant her a wish in exchange for her virginity. She took a handful of sand and asked to live for as many years as the grains of sand she held. Later, when she refused the god's love, he allowed her body to wither away, and she failed to ask for eternal youth. So she's like super crone, all wretched. Her body grew smaller with age and eventually was kept in a jar, homunculus. And eventually only her voice was left, a voice in a jar. I think there's got to be more thread to that.
So the part about the one that she writes on leaves and then she leaves them at the entrance of her cave. There's these puns. Again, we're playing with puns. She leaves the leaves. But what's fascinating is that these myths aren't in English, but the puns still come through. And that's what just keeps happening with these Sibyls is like we're told that this comes from Greek culture, the sound of the words and the meat should not be coming through, but there are all these puns. And then the other one, there was another one with that second Sibyl. She had another pun, but I slipped my mind already. But that's the kind of the thing is that their little rituals and their traditions are the details of the movements that they're going through are actually enacted in the other details of of their own story. So there's like they're all babushka doll myths within themselves. So I just I'll point the rest out as they come to me, but I just heard like 2 or 3 in that one page.
The 1,000-year lifespan is interesting, and there's a quote from the Satyricon in the time of Nero that where a character in this novel says, for I indeed once saw with my own eyes the Sibyl at Cumae hanging in her jar, and when the boys asked her, Sibyl, what do you want? She answered, I want to die. It's pretty dark.
Yes. So that was it. It's an hourglass. It's a hore glass. You know, the vessel is where the sand is, and she's a hore, right? So it's the hourglass that becomes the metaphor. So you see how like all of these are like little koans, but they actually do have an answer. That they are answerable, but the answer is like seated in your subconscious somehow. And now whenever you hear hourglass, you think of thou, sand, and sure enough, this little myth is attached to it, you know, seated in there.
And ur is, you know, they transliterate it as you are, it means light in Hebrew. But if you actually look at the Hebrew spelling, it's Aleph, Vav, Resh. That's A-U-R. Or.
Right. So it becomes
Ouroboros?
It also gives you that
gold.
It gives you that AVR like Avernus, where this, you know, the mouth of this crater was that the Sibyl supposedly lived in, or the entrance to Hades was.
And ours is it is just close enough to yours and ours, both. You know, it says both. It's like it could be to the individual, but it also speaks on the macro as well. That's fun.
So the last things we didn't say out loud in this slide is that the Cumaean Sibyl, along with Virgil, were considered prophets of the birth of Christ. In Virgil's Eclogues is where he has the Sibyl deliver the prophecy that the later Christian church interpreted as a prophecy of the birth of Christ, and thus they deemed Virgil a virtuous pagan. But that's like in a really important detail, because this prophesying of the Savior aspect is hugely relevant to this system.
Also, as we did in the last podcast we did with the Therapeuti, we went over Virgil being Etruscan, if you look at his name. And when I said I was going to be more aggressive, this entire garbage story is fucking Greek. And I'm going to leave the Greeks out, especially the modern Greeks. They're all Slavonic people anyway. They're not the old Greeks from what I understand. But it's either the Greek Empire or the church doing it and making it look like the Greeks, whoever's going about this. But even if you look at, Tarquinia, right? This is an important Etruscan city. And in this mythology, what is he? Of course, a fucking Greek. He's a Corinthian. His father, Demaratus, is a wealthy merchant that fled the shit going on from the Persian Empire against Greece or whatever, which I think is astrotheology, and fled and was given sanctuary in Tarquinia. So again, this is a covering up of Italian history, and not one person that accounts for any of this story actually talks about what Demaratus became wealthy selling, just that he was a merchant. So the whole thing is like Greek farrago, guys, and I'm going to start getting more aggressive about it.
I'm curious to know what you think of as we pull into some more Persian areas, like how I don't think we've ever talked about where Persia or Iran, Anatolia, Turkey fit into the story of like the Gauls and the Celts and the holy sailors and the Etrurians. whatever's going on. But the next Sibyl to look at is the Hellespontine Sibyl. Hellespontine Sibyl presided over the Apollonian oracle at Dardania in Turkey, modern Turkey, alleged to be contemporary with the lawmakers Solon and Cyrus the Great, or Cyrus II of Persia, both of which are, at least in their name, they're the sun. And remember the theme of lawmakers, because lawmakers are the one, these savior figures on the recurring cycle of incarnations. They're lawmakers. That's always part of the deal. You got to have the divine right to give the law, and the sun is the symbol of all that. So this Sibyl was near Gergis, which philologically would be Circes or circle. And that's Mount Ida, actually. That's allegedly.
Speaking of Persian, it sounded like you just said Xerxes, the Xerxes, whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah, it does. Duh. And isn't he related to Cyrus? Or maybe not. He's descended from Darius, isn't he? I don't know if those are the same dynasty. But Mount Ida, another big part of this picture, the sacred mountain where the Savior is raised or born, because the mountain is actually the mother. We'll get into that. The mother and the mountain are the same entity, kind of like Gaia, the mother goddess, is the earth. So the Hellespontine Sibyl allegedly also is claimed that she predicted the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. And this is my interpolation, but I think this civil center might be the source of the prophecies that make their way into the book of Isaiah of the Old Testament. Possibly, but because it is all kind of the same system everywhere you go, it could have come from elsewhere. But because of the proximity, I think it could be this one.
Well, it's important to note Isaiah for those who don't know. And a lot of the stuff we're covering has been in our books, A God's Acre for Winds of the Soul. There's a lot of like replay value to revisit some of this shit, because as you learn more, you go back to it and you're like, whoa, and you see it's kind of like these slides, you just keep seeing more and more. But Isaiah, ISA, that's the transliteration of the Arabic word for Christ. They pronounce it Aisha, but it's literally Isa, right? And you'll see that root in everything from Ishvara to Isis to Savior, Yasha, Iso, Isa, like deliverance in Hebrew. Yud Shim, it would be Yud Shin Ayin, Yud Shin Hey, and Yah, God, which is in Hebrew would look like Yod Hey, in Greek it would look like Iota Eta, in Latin it would look like IE or IO or IH, the root of Jesus, and of the Jesuits, IHS.
I have a slide with some Isaiah etymology. I think it's after this. So, we are on the same train of thought. So, but obviously this isn't an ancient depiction or anything of Cyrus II of Persia. But look at this guy. Does that not look like a Christ figure to you? He's even got a golden sword, a Christ sword. And there's
the word. There's the words of God.
There's that sneaky horse head in the top right. I didn't even notice that the first time I looked at this.
And the tau in his stomach, that gold like Phoenician tau.
Yeah, man. So Cyrus II of Persia was alleged to live 600 to 530 BC. And recall the Neros cycle, which is the incarnations of the Son of God, being approximately 600 years, and his birth and reign 600 years before the supposed birth of Christ. So not a coincidence. He's the founder of the first Persian Empire, alike to Jesus, who is the founder, essentially, of the Holy Roman Empire 600 years later. Lawgivers. The reign of Cyrus lasted about 30 years, similar to the length of Jesus's lifespan. I find all those synchronicities interesting.
And the degrees of a sign.
Here is a relief of him from a site in Iran with the triple crown, as you can
which
see
is
there.
Egyptian, obviously, right there. Like, how are you going to pass that off for Iranian when it's clearly Egyptian?
Well, and another part of this conversation that we haven't ever dug into, and I just didn't have the space in this conversation to go further, but watch out for cities and settlements. And a big part of how you can pull the threads of the syncretism is when places far away from each other have a bunch of cities with the same name. Like, how does that happen? But the Higgins goes into this in really good detail in Anacalypsis, the Soliman or Soliman.
Hierosolyman, Jerusalem. That's where it comes from. If you look at it in Latin and Greek, it's hiero, sacred, sulam, ladder, the Jacob's ladder.
Right, Soliman. So there he is with the triple crown. Cyrus, the name derives from the Persian name for the sun, Koresh, which means Lord of the Sun. So not a stretch at all. That's like accepted mainstream etymology right there. And what does the root syllable core tell us? That's a Greek word for a virgin or a maiden. That's attributed to Persephone or Demeter, and the high priestess of Demeter was called the core in Greek. And then the Kuretes, or the armed warrior companions of Rhea or Cybele, and they were the guards of the cave on Mount Ida or Mount Meru, where Zeus or Bacchus or whoever it happens to be in the story you're reading was hidden from his father or raised, depending on the mythology.
You just see the sun and everything because you're a sun worshiper.
It's interesting. We got the 3 on the head again. He's got which 3 is Pisces. So again, we've got the 3-headed. You know, the caput is on here again with the 3 elements.
Triple crown of the Lord.
That's so fun. I love it. And that's again, all of this these are hermeneutics, right? This is the art of interpretation. But the key to hermeneutics is to be a 3 wise man. You know, to know the art of the 3. I'm loving this. This is fun.
And yeah, the sun is also.
You see those ram horns? Sorry.
The other thing I want to add about this relief is in the Sanchuniathon, the cosmogony of the Phoenicians, although it's probably not authentic. There's a lot about the symbolism of deities that have depending on however many wings they have. And this is like 4 wings, which is interesting. That's also like the only thing I can think of in nature that has 4 wings is a dragonfly. What were you going to say? Okay, we'll move forward.
Sorry, I was on mute. If you look up Knum, I posted the link in our private chat. KHNUM for the audience. You will see those ram horns if you look closer at that picture under that triple crown. I forget what that crown has a name in Egypt. I forget what it's called. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, but you know, this is the kind of sheep that you're going to find on the Isle of Man. This horn is actually still surviving. This style of ram horn is on the Isle of Man, and it's iconic to that island. And they style their flag is stylized after Sicily, and the Sicilian flag is venerating the Medusa under Mount Etna there. But I just thought I'd mention that this ram is still preserved. It's a national treasure of the Isle of Man.
It's called the Hem crown. And Hem is Ham, darkness, winter.
Damn. Yeah, man.
Unreckoning the year in winter.
Nice. That's another weird thing about the Isle of Man is like, this is, I can't help it. I just can't resist. It's so gay. It just has to be said, I love man. They definitely have, some boys clubs going on in the woods over there. Hem.
So in the book of Isaiah, the reason I'm bringing this up is so that we can see that the Old Testament is a type of the Sibylline oracles. It's and we'll see more reasons to understand that this is a system that's all over the place. It's not unique to any one culture. It's just a reboot of the same thing. So in the book of Isaiah, Isaiah being in the Hebrew Yeshayahu, or Yahweh is salvation, which is the same exact meaning as Yeshua or Jesus. That's what Jesus means.
I got to say something because I'm going to start getting more aggressive. What
go
are the
for it.
first three letters in Isaiah in that Hebrew? Yud, Shin, Ayin. What is Ayin in Phoenician? It's what Omicron comes from. It's an O, Iso, Savior. There's no reason for anybody to ever transliterate that as an A, as in Isaiah. It's ISO, and then Yud, which is I, Hey, which is an E, and then that looks like it looks like a vav at the end of that. I don't know, but it could be a. I'm not good at recognizing Hebrew unless it's in that old synagogue font.
Well, yeah, it's so
that vav is going to be like a U.
ISO or Acer. That's the Etrurian top G, top God, as well.
And the Irish. Don't forget the Irish. That's their word for God too. Aesar.
And the Norse, the Aesir, Acer. It's all there.
You got a drone buzzing me right now.
The gravy portal has been opened and they're skeptical. They're like, what are these guys doing out there?
Come on down and get some.
It's all you can eat. Everybody's invited. We're not prejudiced.
What's up, Donut Factory? Yeah,
Donut
buddy.
Factory.
I like to say that to Gabriel too. Yeah, buddy.
Big love, Donut.
So it's widely believed that the book of Isaiah is a prophecy of the coming of Christ, although the text actually specifies that it's about Cyrus and his liberation of Israel from the Babylonian captivity. One of the ways that the KJV...
liberation of Israel? Well, what's Israel? It's a Phoenician word for chronos. So the liberation of time? Sounds like we're talking about people learning cycles in time, not an actual historical story.
Could be. The verse 7:14 from Isaiah is often, like I think in the KJV, it's translated as the maiden is with child and she will, or the virgin is with child and she will bear a son and will call his name Emmanuel. And because the virgin birth is the Christ thing, that is pretty much the one they point to and say that Isaiah is talking about Jesus. But the word is really maiden. It's not virgin. Although maidens are often virgins, it's not the same word.
Dude, we got to acknowledge the chat. It's too lit. Braden said that the grasshopper also has 4 wings. In Old World Micmac, he said Yahweh, Hugh the physician, Hugh-esh, the monogram of Bacchus, the root of Jesus, right? That became IHS. And then Buddha Yoga, Osiris, Sirius, Osiris, Okiris.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I got to weave on this real quick. I'm sorry.
I couldn't ignore it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys are crushing in the chat.
Yeah.
All of you could be up here in this conversation pretty much.
So I got a feeling that, there's so much going all over the place right now. But okay, Dylan. Okay, this is a wild weave, but I just got to throw it on the table because it's asking for it. So, gosh, how do I put this all together in one foul swoop? So we're talking about birthing. We're talking about midwives. We're talking about maidens. We're talking about the anticipation of a Messiah to come. And I'm thinking a lot about Socrates as the midwife and how the philosophers the chronology of these books are designed to make us think that logos, logic, reason, Socrates, was what the Jesus rode in on. Jesus came in on a donkey. A lot of my research is pointing at Socrates is literally signified as a donkey. We'll just say that. Even more specifically, a zebra. And I know that sounds far out from left field, but I think this is an encoded claim that Logos in Socrates was a crypto-hebra. Right? I think that's what is going on here. But think of those stripes of the zebra. Socrates is a midwife. He helps others give birth. The midwife would know zebra stripes. She would be able to read in between the lines. Socratic logic is reading between the lines. You can see through the camouflage of the logos. And that is what, and I want to drop this for Donut because he was weaving about, I don't know, some artist lately. She's been flashing the zebra stripes. And I just want everybody to know that that is the city. That is the 7 position. That's the chariot card. That is the city. That is the homunculus of the city. We'll just say that. It's like a golem. It's like what they expect to have reflected back to them if you are behaving Sibylly.
I can't ignore this, Gabe. You just might have done like you might have broke something in the fabric of reality. So you said zebra. Well, where did the zeta come from? If you go back a civilization or so back, it looks like an I. It's the Zion from Phoenician and Etruscan and Ashan and all these Italian cultures. Well, that is the etymology of Hebrew. And that ion, it looks like a Y essentially. Forgive my shitty handwriting, but it'd be like O-B-R-I. But how do you think they pronounce it? Ready? I have not talked. I swear to God, me and Chance have not talked about this.
It's in reverse.
Hold on. I want Chance to see what he pulls out of this when I pronounce it the way the Hebrews say it. Even though that ion is an O, they say Ivri.
Ivri.
Not Obri, like it's spelled. Ivri. Go, Chance.
Well, I mean, there's Eve in there, but as I was alluding to before, that gives us the avarice of Egypt, or Avernus, where this Sibyl was at, the Cumaean Sibyl, AVR or AVR. Yeah, but Eve is in there.
Blame Gabe. Blame Gabe. He opened that one.
And Eve is also the Yod Hey Vav.
Right. Wow. And everybody puts themselves in the position of these main characters. Everybody who has consumed this logos has put themselves in the position of Socrates on trial, Jesus on trial. You know what I mean? Every one of these heroes shares a genetic commonality, and that is that they were born out of some divine whatever, some god came down and got with their mama because their mom was so fine, the god just couldn't keep his hands off my mama. All right, sorry, that's awesome. That's fun.
If you change the Z to an S and the R to an L, it's Sibyl.
Sibyl.
What constellation, guys, has 2 donkeys or 2 asses in it, crouched between 2 burdens?
Is it Cancer?
Yep.
The keystone of the Royal Arch.
Keystone of the Royal Arch, man. This is such a trip.
Manger.
Like, I can't believe how many ways it keeps proving itself out. Like, even in the manger has the animals generally. There's camels, obviously 3, and then there's your manger animals. But often there's a donkey. For us in our culture, it was always a donkey. But I'm telling you, there's something fascinating about just tweaking Socrates from a donkey to a zebra. And I, without derailing everything, one of the secrets and one of the reasons why this speaks to me personally, it's obnoxious how it speaks to me, is because capoeira is the zebra dance. And when I got that hex put on me for wearing shoes when I wasn't supposed to be wearing shoes, well, guess what? Socrates, his acolytes don't wear shoes. And I got a hex put on my knees because I wore shoes in the cult that is barefoot. So all of this
long distance runners are Mexicans and they go barefoot.
Yeah, man. And Socrates Capoeira, where the grass goes back. Yeah, man. And Socrates was a brilliant wrestler and an acrobatic master. So like something is really crazy coming at Plato's Republic from the capoeira angle, and it's all about the zebra. Somehow the zebra has like opened up doors for me in a real special way. I'll shut up.
Okay.
No, that was wild. I'm glad you did that.
Everybody is having huge mental explosions.
I'm not in a rush, Chance, so You can suss
we're
out
doing
whatever.
pretty
Don't
good.
Don't get worried if you feel like, man, these guys won't shut up. I'm trying to get through my slides.
I know how to run the ship. You know,
I want to put one more thing on the zebra and the keystone arch. Z is the last letter. What is the last stone that you put in when you're making an archway? Is the keystone. It's the last one to go in. So the letter Z as the omega, so to say, even though it's the seventh letter, right? Zeta is position number 7. Well, it's the 7th month also. And also, one more thing, clever, cleaver, cleaved hooves, the shape of a donkey's foot, is also and it's also the shape of the crab's claw. Isn't that weird that the cloven hoof is also a crab's claw? It's so fascinating, which is a missing keystone mark, right? That
and it's in clove is in Gover.
Okay, all right,
RL interchange.
It's going to be a long night tonight.
The zebra has those white and black stripes like day and night too.
Right, man. Yeah, and it sets up the checkerboard floor for the point of exchange. It is the point of exchange in the Analima. We could just go on and on. But yeah, the zebra thing is so gratifying.
We knew this was going to be a gravy portal.
Yeah, we're here for the gravy portal. I just put the slides to have a skeleton for us to put a lot of meat on.
I got one more. In Greek, ton, Ton is like a name, you know, like I would be Gabe Ton or Poseidon, and you know, Don is just like a end of the name. So Zedon or would be like, or Set is the donkey god, Ton, right? So you have Satan. Satan's a fucking zebra, guys. Satan is a zebra, which
in the chat said scorpions also. Scorpio has pincers.
Has pincers, yeah. But yeah, this thing about the zebra, I'm not trying to vilify zebras. I love zebras, but isn't it fascinating that reading between the lines aspect to the camouflage message of Socratic information? I think I'm new to this realization. So like I have to incorporate this, and I go look at what I thought I knew, and I realize these guys, anytime you see them signaling a gadfly or something annoying to the society, they're probably coming at this from that Socratic scientific optimist take over the world angle. All right, I'm ranting.
Oh, that's nice. What is that? This is Satan. This is Jesus. And this is a zebra.
Oh my God!
What is that from?
Who found that?
I just found that. I just Googled Satan is a zebra, and that was what I found. So,
well, you also have the claws of the scorpion. That's what Libra used to be called, as someone pointed out. Kele.
Yeah, I love that. That is so fun. And you know, and that's another thing about, you know, the evil energy has to be on the sent out of away from the population. So like Z is the last letter, so it goes away from everybody. But let's point out that some people's alphabet goes in the other direction. Some people, when the sacrifice goes away from the city, it's going closer to another person's city, and vice versa. What is this?
Oh, she's right. Jenny's right. Gabe is overdue for a big weavy vibrant.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah,
thank you.
We had gravy balls.
I've been holding it all in.
Oh, that's good. The cloven hoof crab claw, when he held up his hand, is the sign of blessing of the Shekinah. Live long and prosper.
Or as Freeman Fry pointed out, shock and awe. Remember the start of the Iraq War?
Shock and
awe campaign.
All right, are you guys ready to move into continuing?
I think you should ask your audience, because we're dialing it.
Churning the gravy butter. Okay, so we were talking about Cyrus being a type of Christ. Here's why this is important. I'm going to read from Godfrey Higgins. This is just to help you wrap your minds around the concept that is so important here. The prophecy of Isaiah may be said to have been a mystery, an example of judicial astrology. It required no divine inspiration to prove to the initiated that at the end of the cycle then running, a new cycle would commence, or that the cycle of the god Krishna the sun, would be born again. And this leads to a discovery which will account for and remove many of the difficulties which our learned men have encountered respecting Buddha and Krishna. It is evident that both of them, being the sun, mystically and astrologically speaking, their year was 600 years long, and their birthday on the first year of the 600, on which was a conjunction of the sun and moon at the vernal equinox. The day of the first birth of Buddha was at the vernal equinox of that 600 when the sun entered Taurus. Of Krishna, of that 600, nearest to the time when he entered Aries. The birthdays of both returned every 600 years, when the Finn, or Phoenix, or Phoenix, was consumed on the altar of the Temple of the Sun at Heliopolis, Egypt, and rose from its ashes to a new life. So remember about Cyrus, 600 BC is when he's supposed to have been born. That's 600 years before Christ. Okay, so that's the Neros. We need to know about that. Oh, yeah. Jenny just bought me a sweet zebra stone. You can bring it in here. I'll show it off since we're on the zebra topic. It's pretty awesome. I've been using it for the right ankle on my tuning table when I've been doing tunings.
I'm going to start saying abracadabra. Abracadabra.
I think she's going to go get it so I can show off the cool zebra stone she got me. It is pretty sweet. So you guys have anything to say about the Neros or the 600? We can move on. We can move forward if you don't.
No, we've touched on that a bunch of times. Unless Gabe does, we can,
Yeah, the Neros is like a very arcane term for this cycle. It's been really well concealed. But it's
we can give a teaser for, I'm kind of retiring from doing prepared podcasts until we do our Spirit World one. But we've got a special one coming up on August 18th. And so the old Neros used to be 608. That's what they believed it was, which is the old monogram of Bacchus that became IHS or IES, the root of Jesus, right, in the Jesuit logo. But also in the Egypto-Greek, you have Free, which is, if you write it in runes, Free. So that might matter to people who are asking us about Oralinda in Phrygia. Or when you keep in mind that the G in Greek acts like a Y, right? So Phrygians are Phrygians. Sun, free, and for those who don't know, that's the sun, free.
Isn't
free
there like
Masons?
Isn't there a Frigg?
Yeah.
Isn't that a Norse god?
Freya, right? Freya. It looks like buddy. Frigga, right? And so I'm going to broach that subject with him.
That G can be a Y sound. So Frigga is Freya.
Yeah,
Frigga and Freya are the same. It's like one of those many cases where it's just dialectical differences of pronunciation, and then the mainstream is like, there's a Frigga and there's a Freya, and they're different gods.
What's Bacchus called? Liber Pater, the free father. What's that cap that Mithras wears?
Yeah, Phrygian.
The Phrygian cap.
Mm-hmm.
The Hellespontine Sibyl is Phrygian. That's the Phrygian Sibyl.
Totally. And it's kind of interesting that that cap is on the seal of the. Pretty sure it's the Senate. It's the seal of the Senate has that hat, and that hat it indicates like reversing roles, like the slave becomes the master, master becomes the slave. We're going to flip flop, but that's just interesting because in politics that's what happens. Like one time it's these guys are the boss of these guys, and then it flip flops. So the hat kind of represents turning of tables, I think, right?
Chance. I don't know about the turning of tables, Gabe. Sorry, but if you look in the note and click that, you'll see Etruscan armor that looks like that Phrygian or that Liber cap of liberty, the liberty cap.
Wow.
That's found in Cortona, Italy, allegedly. And it's bronze. And so the reason this is important is because what's required to make bronze? Tin. Well, it was one of the only places where the tin was coming from. Britain. And it was a Phoenician secret from like the whole world for thousands of years.
Right.
So this is why I think maybe the Americas were kept secret too, because maybe there was something going on, whether it's gold trade or something coming from the Americas that they wanted to keep secret.
Yep.
Definitely a lot of gold in the Americas. And also, like, look at the top of this hat. You could call that a fin.
Yeah, it looks like the ocean. And
it's a finned helmet.
Remember we did that podcast with Mario when we talked about the Terquines, the philosophers, lords of the sea.
That could almost be like steering their thoughts. Like,
look on the face guard. Look,
yeah.
The Sphinx on the face guard.
Wow, they're actually telling you to riddle this out. They're literally saying riddle this out. That is fun. But it's also like fine. It's also like the end of thinking. It's also the end of your life if you're seeing this, like the fin. There's so much to that. That's cool.
I like the comment here from who posted this. It would have been quite a sight when originally highly polished. That's the thing, is like we look at all this stuff like, oh, it's just old busted shit, but in its prime, can you imagine making that?
Oh my gosh,
it's incredible.
So one quick thing,
like a plus 50 strength enchantment.
So whenever we hear brass, or that tin and copper, 9/10 brass, 1/10 9/10 copper, 1/10 tin is the recipe, and that is also the recipe for ownership in the law. Ownership is 9/10 of the law, so that proportion, and it also has to do with tithing and tax and charging, all those things, and electricity. It's all there in the language and in the alchemy when you hear brass.
And what is the Etrusco-Phoenician Jupiter? Tinia, also just known as tin, Tin. And what does Jupiter correspond to in alchemy? Tin. There's something to this.
Ding, ding, ding. And then, back to the malachite with all of its copper in it. We're looking at another copper related artifact.
And I don't know what malachite is spelled like in Hebrew off the top of my head, but MLK is going to be Moloch, king.
Whoa. That made me, I had to immediately look it up. Apparently the root in Hebrew means glistening. I need to spend more time looking into that. That's a good question. All right. So now we're going to go into the Sibylline books. I've already told this story, so I kind of repeated it in the slides accidentally about the acquisition of the Sibylline books by Lucius Tarquinius, the last king of Rome. But what's important about these books is that, I'll read the slide. The keepers of the Sibylline books had the superintendence of the worship of Apollo, of the great mother Cybele, which is the same word as Sibyl, or Magna Mater, and of Ceres, which is CRS, Chris.
Dude, what was Britain called? It was called by the Phoenicians and everybody else the seat of Queen Ceres, because it was the granary for that part of the world, just like Egypt was the granary from the southern Mediterranean.
Bingo. So the worship of Apollo, Cybele, and Ceres were introduced allegedly upon recommendations interpreted from the Sibylline books that the Romans purchased or inherited somehow. The books supposedly report the birth of an androgyne and prescribe a long list of rituals and offerings to the gods. I think Ceres is the androgyne, and I think it became Christ or Cress. Later, it became masculine only, which is interesting because before that, things usually went from androgyne to female through castration. But, Higgins has a lot to say about the sort of feud between the cults of the yoni versus the phallus, and that sometimes they were united and sometimes they were at odds with each other. Continuing in the slide, from the capital, the Sibylline books were transferred by Augustus, who was Pontifex Maximus, to the temple of Apollo Palentinus. After they had been examined and copied, there they remained until 405 AD, and then General Flavius burned them as they were being used to attack his government. That's the story. Now, I want to get into, this is where it gets good. Who is this Magna Mater? Who's this Cybele or Sibyl? The mother goddess of Phrygia is where this originates. There's your Frigg, according to the mainstream history on this, which is Anatolia or modern Turkey. Phrygia is in Anatolia. In Phrygia, Cybele was known as Matar Kubilia. Kubileia is an epithet meaning of the mountain or mountain. So we're talking about Mount Ida, which is right there in Anatolia, famous to the Greeks. And it's also Mount Meru. It's all Mount Ararat. It's all the sacred mountain, world mountain, etc. Other goddesses called Magna Mater: Isis of Egypt, Maya, the mother of Hermes, Rhea, the consort of Saturn. Rhea, she's Maria. Mary. She's the mother Rhea. And most importantly, the eunuch priesthood that was dedicated to Cybele and her consort Attis, where they were called the Galli. Good golly. Man. The Galli. The Gauls.
So they were eunuched? Were they punicked for being born?
Well, with that interchange, also Kali.
Yeah, buddy. There you go. I think Kali, C to G interchange. Kali would definitely want to take your.
Mm-hmm. So I have a theory, and this is kind of missing time hypothesis kind of stuff. But whenever we see like Isis and Egypt, I think we're seeing a skip, where they're attributing all this Egyptian stuff down to the that part of by the Nile River. But I think we should also consider like a cliff note, parenthetical information every time we see that. I think we should also think about Spain and the possibility of like what was she called? Isabel. Isabel was the queen of Spain. Her name is literally how a Spanish accent says the word Cybele. The is just how they say S words. So her name is not Isabel. Her name is just straight up Cybele. And who
were the people in that region in Spain? What were they called? The Gauls.
The Gauls, yes. And there's this thing between the Gauls, which would be a lot more French, and the Spanish, which had this Muslim Sephardic Catholic thing turmoil going on. Is very fascinating, but I just need to really highlight the fact that the Queen of Spain was literally just straight up called Cybele, and we give her
mind blowing. I never thought of that.
Yeah, we put that little E on the front, and it puts what does it put on the word? It puts a glimmer, it puts a mascara, it puts a grimoire over your eyes, and you just don't see it because you don't speak Spanish.
Whoa, grimoire and glamour are the same
hold
word.
On, stop the fucking gravy portal right now. Old World Micmac just brought something up. He said Sable Island. Sable. What's a sable? It's a fucking ferret. It's used in heraldry. Well,
yes.
What was Spain named after? The Phoenicians called it Spania because it had so many of the conies and the fucking rabbits. And they needed to be exterminated.
Yes.
It is philologically Sibyl.
and it's extermination. That's the other thing. It's coming in to wipe out the rabbits. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, they appealed allegedly. They appealed to Augustus to send Roman soldiers to help them wipe the rabbits out.
That's interesting because that actually brings to mind something that I didn't really know what to make of in this book by Milton Terry from 1899. His translation of the Sibylline oracles, which is not the same as the Sibylline books that the Romans had. It's like later books, but He said something about the Sibyls being in the same realm as polecats and monsters. And polecats is another name for ferrets. So that blows my mind.
And and pila is gate. Pila gate. Are they gates of the gate? Cats at the gate that guard the gates, kind of like those Egyptian ones.
I really was like, what's the polecat have to do with it? It's funny that this is coming up.
I'm pretty sure it was Da Vinci. I might be wrong on the artist, but there have been artists in the past who have used that exact animal to signal the Merovingian bloodline. And I think it has more to do with Machiavelli in the Medicis. It's in the Medicis that they have those ferrets in their artistry, and they carry them with their matrons. It's like in the matrons have these ferrets, and it's supposed to be carried representing the Christ. But it's going to weed out the rabbits, which is probably culture war. They're weeding out the rabbis. The Hellenization of each other's mythology. We'll just say that. Greeks and
Sibyl also means black.
I was just about to say that. You beat me. I was about to say, what color does it correspond to in heraldry? And what are we saying about this winter archetypes?
Yes.
Sibyl is black.
I want to say this while the Spain thing is on the table. There's much ink has been spilled on the phrase, what is there in common between Athens and Jerusalem? What do they have in common? And so many people have pontificated on that, but I wouldn't have just flipped the script on everybody.
They were both ancient Italian before everyone tried to take them over.
Well, if you put Jerusalem in Barcelona, if Jerusalem becomes Jerusalem, if you turn Jerusalem into Barcelona, what is in between Barcelona and Athens? Rome. What is in the middle of Rome and Jerusalem, or Athens and Jerusalem? The answer is Rome is in between. If you put Jerusalem in Spain where it belongs, in Barcelona.
So if you look up the Lemnos stele, it's LEMNOS you'll see this is all Etruscan writing that they try to pass off as Greek, but it shows you how all up in everybody's business this ancient maritime empire got. And this is the thing that they're covering up, whether it's the church, whether it's a cultural thing, I don't know. But you can see that this system exists because of this ancient empire, whatever you want to call them. And they got their power from mining metals. And this is a skill set that only certain people learned how to do. And in order to go everywhere and transport this stuff everywhere, you needed the navigators. But if people want to look up where the Lemnos stele is found, like that island, it's so far up into like the Greek territory. That's why they tried to pass it off as Greek.
Wow. The Lemnos stele, a funerary inscription from the 6th century BC that links the Pelasgians to the Etrurians. Well, we already knew that. They're
according
like
to Dionysius,
link is there.
Dionysius Halicarnassus, and then everybody else. The Pelagians and the Turanians were interchangeable. That's what everyone all over the world called them. And if you look to the west coast of Italy, it's the Tyrrhenian Sea. Those are Etrurians or Etruscans. Mediterranean.
Man, that term is hitting a chord for me because it's lemon star. It's an anagram for the lemon star.
What's the lemon star? You got to learn us.
Well, I'm thinking it's on the Brazilian flag. It's also a solemn star, so it's all alone. I think it's a North Star. I'm getting big North Star vibes out of that, but it makes me think of the Brazilian flag because it's lemons and limes. We sing about the Brazilian flag in Capoeira, but I wonder if it's on that flag because it has a Big Dipper on one side and then there's another constellation on the other side. Be interesting if that same star was in there.
Well, when I looked it up, it looks like a pentagram type of. It looks like a Venusian or whatever symbol.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then it would be yellow, I guess. That kind of does track. I dig it.
Booty Yoga brought up a good point that I meant to make this comment. When we see the Magna Mater referring to Maya, the mother of Hermes, there's a, I forgot to say it because it's been said a bunch of times, but we need to make sure everyone's aware. Maya is Mary, or Maya is also the mother of Buddha. That was Booty Yoga's comment. So Hermes and Buddha have a mother with the same name.
Nice.
And Mira is the mother of Adonis. So that phonetic for the Magna Mater, the mother of the Savior, is replete. And let's keep in mind that as the mother of Adonis, Mira is transformed into a tree, and that a myrrh tree, or myrrha, like frankincense and myrrh. And that seed, or the seed that drops from the myrrh tree, goes down into Hades, or the underworld, where it sprouts and becomes Adonis. And that's going to be important because it's pretty much the exact same story as Cybele and Attis, and we'll get to that a little later.
Yes. Adonai, the hidden one. So Turkey is where the temple to Hades was. We talked about this a while back, but Dylan, I just want to put it on your radar. Put a post-it note somewhere on your conspiracy corkboard. I'm thinking that Turkey might actually mean torch. And the entire name of the whole country is a huge reveal for the fact that if you want to know what's really going on here, you're going to need a light source and go underground. I think Turkey, the entire fucking place, is an underground tunnel system.
What's that town? It's called is it Cappadocia? There's a lot of underground cities in Turkey for sure.
So
yeah, we covered a good chunk of it but just a small percentage when we did that episode on the Cloaca Maxima and other underground mysteries. That's a huge part of this.
I didn't realize I was muted, guys. While I was pulling that up, I meant to say Adonis when you said Mira. That's the god of the Old Testament, and that Adonai, right? It's a U, it's a Vav, not an O. There's no reason to call it. There's something going on with this modern Hebrew. What they've done is really bad. But yeah, man. Adonis, they chose Adonis because he was beautiful versus Jehovah, who's ugly. And this is Phoenician, and this is going to tie into what I have prepared for the Sibyls when we're done with these, if we have time.
Nice, man. Yeah.
This is a good comment from Illuminati. The Limnos stone that we were just looking at, according to Wilson and Blackett, represents Brutus of Troy to commemorate his vision from the goddess or Sibyl telling him to travel to Britain for a homeland.
That is a fucking humdinger, buddy. I was thinking about Chance, can you pull up the number 10 fortune card? Because I was thinking about it this whole time. When he said lemon, that is spot on. God, that is so spot on.
The only challenge, though, is you don't. We know that Britain's people. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. But yeah, 10, because of the 10. Again, card number 10, Britain. And then if you can do the Thoth deck, it's better.
So while he pulls that up,
yeah, pretty quick on the draw.
So this is lemon. This is when you cut a lemon. This is a side perspective of a lemon. But guess what? It doesn't have this many segments. A lemon actually has 9 segments anatomically, which goes back to the old calendar systems way back. But I just had to say this because it just kept buzzing in my ear because you said the lemon star. And this has been revealed itself as a lemon to me. So I just wanted to say it. Put it on the record.
Well, it's kind of interesting because if you look at that Oralinda book, one of the ways they derive that alphabet is from a wheel like that, but it looks like the hero, right? It's like a pie. It looks exactly. It's like got 6 instead of 9 or 12 or whatever.
Whoa, yeah. We should tell Dr. Longo that the oranges have 10 segments. Just looked up oranges.
Okay, that is interesting. That there's a difference depending on the fruit. So
Well,
this card to me is Deus Ex Machina. This is like some savior's going to come down and save the day. This is the clouds, Aristophanes' comedy, The Clouds. This is the basket that Socrates is floating around worshiping. The new god is now called Vortex, and that is crucial right there, because vortex means different people to different cultures, and people fought over vortex once upon a time in their understanding of physics. But he's explaining this to a guy who thought that the winds weren't caused by vortex. He thought that was the gods pissing on us.
You know,
And
vortex is Hercules in astrotheology, right?
Oh my God, I believe it. I totally believe it, because we're not far from vortex.
It's the storm god. It's Indra. It's Thor. It's all the ones that wield the Vajra. Because depending on how you look at the constellation of Hercules, it's either the kneeling warrior with the holding the Vajra above his head, or it's like a sort of like a swastika type vortex. That's the vortex. That's the primal chaos. That's the creator deity. That's where it's all coming from. I don't know where you're getting the vortex comment, but it fits.
This is a comedy written about Socrates, so it's fictional. It didn't really happen. It's like somebody making fun of Socrates. So he's up in a basket in his thinkery. He's got a think tank, and he's up in his basket floating around on a crane, being lifted by a crane. Now the crane is essential to Deus Ex Machina. It always has to be a crane that comes and saves the day with some symbol of the state that pacifies you and lets you go to sleep, so you get a sense of resolution at the end of the show. So when Elon wants to change it to X, he wants to end the show. He wants to bring the big savior down and bring Deus Ex Machina from the clouds, so the vortex can save us all. And it's also the Nazi bell.
So what I have here, if you zoom in on all the way on the right, that right font right there, that's Hercle, right? You'll see in Etruscan, it's going from right to left, like Hebrew, Hercle. That's Hercules. You also see the very next name. You'll see Menrva, Minerva. But it looks like an F, right? It's because going back to why these letters are all interchangeable, like the digamma, all that stuff it had like VUW. It had a bunch of functions. But what I wanted to say is like addressing that person's Illuminati's comment about Wilson and that Lemnos still allegedly speaking to like ancient Britons. The thing is, though, the Etruscan inscription of Lemnos is not seen in Britain. It's seen in Italy. And so while I've written a book that Chance narrated, it's a great book, people should read it and listen to it specifically. It shows that Britain was peopled by the Phoenicians. But what Swinton, what Gorius, and what Assel came up with is they came up with an earlier alphabet that only had 12 to 13 letters. That was ancient Etruscan. Swinton had it at 13 letters. Gorius and Assel had it at 12 letters. If this is true, and Higgins touched upon this, it means the first alphabet was actually Etruscan. And it means the Italians are the oldest culture. If not, they are descended from the oldest culture. And when you look up like the oldest Tamilese inscription in India, it's only 250 BC. This plate mirror is older than the oldest Indian inscription, just so everybody knows what we're looking at.
This is an awesome artifact, man.
This is one of the best artifacts, and it was really hard for me to find. Like, these plate mirrors are hard to come by because a lot of them, they're just sketches. Like, what they would do is they would travel to these museums. So when you see them in books, they're sketches of them. They're not the actual artifacts. So actually tracking them down is hard.
It's a really good photo. Nice, dude.
Yeah, man.
And
I love knowing.
what a freaking nice super chat, man. Thank you. Hey. We will stay in our flow. We might be here for 4 hours tonight.
Anything for Gabe and Chance. There's no time limit for me, mofos. I'm here for you guys.
All right, let's party.
We really are the three amigos. Okay, so back to this slide.
I missed you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I was getting kind of sick.
Same.
We missed. I missed Gabe because I had to do a bunch of shows without Gabe. It doesn't work it's not the same without you, man. It's been
too kind.
really nice to have you back tonight. So, and Dylan, you're always welcome. You're as
but we stay in touch through text. So you went longer without Gabe. Gabe was on vacation.
But in this slide of Kybele, if you're familiar with Rhea, the consort of Saturn, you would think that this was just a statue of her, but this is supposedly from Phrygia, and it's supposed to be Sibyl. You see the headdress? This is a fortress. She's the goddess of fortresses. So that's an important symbol to be aware of when you see the turret headdress or the turret crown. It's like a castle or a fortress, because she's the strong goddess or the mother of the strong god. Fortis, strong. And then it's a little hard to make out, but this is the horn of plenty or the cornucopia. This is the symbol that you'll see all over. And she's got a lion at her feet. So those three things, we just want to have those in mind.
Just out of curiosity, Chance. So Fortis, right? The family that my Caesar mated with or whatever that came to me, the Venetian family is called Fortini. Type that in and just see it in the images and see what comes up if there's a shield, because I would like you to see this so you could be like, oh God. You can see what it is.
Okay, real quick, these are just little side notes while you're looking that up. If you use the word turkeys, like possessive, turkeys, and say it in reverse, it's secret. Turkeys in reverse is Syekrut, secret. So turkeys in reverse is secret. Just had to say that. And then also the castle on her head is hive-mindedness. It's like, we're all of one thought. We're also closed off. If you don't speak the language of this city, then you're not in my head.
Another thing about 40 or fortis is it's like 40, like the number 40, which is the number of weeks in a gestation cycle. This is Magna Mater, the Great Mother.
Excellent.
It also 40 is relevant to the cycle of Venus.
Right. It's the retrograde period of Venus.
Your Fortini baby formula, Dylan, looks like bad news.
Type in Fortini family crest, something like that.
Okay. I just typed in Fortini and it's apparently baby formula, medical baby formula. Gross.
So, just a couple. Charles Fort, may the force be with you. Forte, Charles Fort. One of the whole secrets to that cosmology is that there are crystals under the earth that charge the phenomenon. All of this is very Kybele crystal oriented. This is all what fuels the Jedi mythos. The
Kyber crystals are what you need for a lightsaber, just so the non-nerds will know what you're referring to.
Yep. So may the force be with you is a nod to the Magna Mater. It's not just Charles Forte or Fort or Force. It's also 40 degrees was the old month. Now, hang in there with me. This is a hard one to swallow. We're going into La La Land. We'll come right back, I promise. I believe I hold space for a paradigm where time worked differently. Hermes is, okay, this is hard to describe, but it's basically 360 degrees divided into 9 months. Generates 40 degrees per month. And so I really do believe that the shape and way of the realm has altered from its original format. And so 40 was the original length of a month. And I could flush that out more, but it's just fascinating how it all adds up actually mathematically. It's a nice balance if you do 9 months.
Illuminati wanted to ask if what you were referring to about the language and Italian being the oldest civilization, what book that's in. I would say the Holy Sailors has some gravy on that, but Dylan
pick that up.
That he's going to be writing more.
It's all in my Substack. All of this research is going to be in my Substack, and then I'm going to refine it into a book. But you'll have images and stuff in there like the thing about Swinton and all these guys, Gregorius, they all write in Latin and shit. So it's like, it's really a bitch, but there's some people that have made like little charts and stuff, like Morton had a table. So there's a lot of stuff that it's all in my Substack. But look at that, Fortini, look at that, Chance. Venetian.
Yeah, dude, there's the sea serpent. Gnarly. And Gabe, what you said about the 40-day months, that's profound. I didn't comment, but it's profound. I'm gonna move us forward.
One more footnote. Fortune is from now on, because we just looked at the fortune card, right? And here we are on Fortini. Fortune has Machiavelli's fingerprints on it. I just wanted to say that. He kind of had this thing where if you're not going to follow the rules, then you're going to have to count on fortune. You better hope that you're lucky if you don't follow the rules. So he put fortune on my map. So it's always going to have his fingerprints forever. And I've seen him. What's that?
You just beat me to it because fortune is TK, Lady Luck. TK in Greek, Tyche, which is also Tycho Brahe.
Would you believe it if I told you that
Lucky
I've got
that
TK or Tish is coming up in the slides?
It was meant to be, man. The gods have
we're so
favored
in
us.
sync. Like, so whenever this happens, that like, you know, we're coming up with each other's information or synchronicities is like demonstrating that this is a system. It's something you can comprehend. You can wrap your head around it. It's internally consistent, you know? It's the real deal. All right. Okay, so this was new to me. The precursor to Cybele, or syncretized to Cybele, is the androgyne god Agdistis, or Agdistis. And the mountain Agdistis was personified as a daemon. I took the liberty of doing some kind of maybe a little stretchy etymology, but ag could be arc, because people say the A with an R all the time. Just listen to how like people in Boston will say a word with an A sound in it. You know, they'll put the R in even though it's not there. So ARC instead of AG, and then TOS instead of DIS. I think that it's kind of there. Agdistis could be an arctos, but that's just food for thought. It's not a claim. Pausanias was told that the daemon Agdistis initially bore both male and female sexual organs. The gods were afraid of the power of this divine androgyne, and so Dionysus, or Liber, tied Agdistis's foot to their penis when they were asleep, actually gave them a sleeping potion to force them to sleep. And then when they were startled awake, Agdistis stood up and the penis was ripped off.
And the payback was Bacchus and Dionysius were ripped to pieces.
Yeah, right. And then from the blood, an almond tree grew, which went on to begat Attis. Attis came from the blood of the almond tree that came, you know, from the castrated Agdistis. Do you guys
What's
see?
An almond? That's a mandorla. That's the yoni.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. And do you see the sync there between the castrated Kronos and the foam on the sea from which Aphrodite springs?
Castor and Potuke, Castor and Pollux, those are exclusively Etruscan or Etruscan. And that almond shape is the hull of a boat.
Very good. Yeah. And specifically, though, the almond as a symbol for the vagina or the mandorla, the vesica piscis, the portal, the birth portal, the womb, that is important. And so, as I already brought up, the goddess Mira, or Mira, the mother of Adonis, has a very similar situation. She's turned into a tree, and that tree goes on to beget Adonis. Adonis and Attis, not that far off, you know, and Attis has all kinds of crazy shit. He's self-castrated. He's fully insane.
Stop right now. Buddha yoga. Highlight that. Almond, god of earth. Again, here we have fucking Hebrews That they spell L A L, and they transliterate it EL, but it's AL.
Mhm.
And Mond, Mundis, the world, God of the world.
Yeah, and Mond is also Mont, like mount, a mountain, the sacred mountain. So when we're talking about Gaia or Gay, it's both the earth and a mountain, just like the sacred mountain or the ark or the Argo lands or Noah's Ark. That the ark is the microcosm of the entire earth that holds and preserves the generations into the next cycle. But the earth itself is the ark in the macrocosm, the whole earth, as it preserves life into the next cycle through its capturing of, the souls or the daemons or the demons, the dead, deceased in the underworld, just as the seed goes into the earth and then new life is generated, that whole cyclical thing. So the Mount, Mond, and Earth and the whole world, that's definitely there because it's like the macro micro. The ark is the Earth. The Earth is the ark.
What if that GE is throwing you for a loop and it's pronounced like a Y? Then you have Yay, i.e. the epithet for Apollo or God in Hebrew. GE could be yay or hey.
Oh yeah, Jesus. Like you mean gay as in Gaia could be yay.
Yeah, so that GE could be true. Yay. Yeah. Not in Gaia, but you know how there's that other spelling of just G, it's like an archaic spelling of just
dude.
GE?
100%, dude. I think I've put that in a slide some other day one time, but that's totally there. Exactly. And that's important because I think I've just talked about that as I was interviewed on someone else's podcast, but that's important to comprehend because it's the androgyne. Gay or Gaia is Yay or Yahweh. The mother is the father, is the son. They're all one entity. It's the 3 in 1. That's part of the system as well, as we know. So now I'm gonna.
So Gaelic could be Yaylic. Gaul could be
y'all.
Y'all coming down from those mountains and those Siskiyou mountains.
Yeah, that's true though. That's it's easy to forget that one. The G, the gamma being a Y. It's very easy to forget that one. Why it's handy to learn how to speak some Greek. So the Sibylline oracles are separate from the Sibylline books that we were talking about. The Sibylline oracles are a collection of oracular utterances that are ascribed to the Sibyls. 14 books, 8 fragments. They survive in an edition from the 6th or 7th century AD. And so these were really popular with the early church fathers. And they're not to be confused with the original Sibylline books of the ancient Etruscans or Etrurians and the Romans that were burned by General Flavius. The Sibylline oracles are called an odd pastiche of Hellenistic and Roman mythology interspersed with Jewish, Gnostic, and early Christian legend. What the mainstream doesn't understand when they call it an odd pastiche is it's all the same system, and then it's not interspersed because of some kind of weird eclecticism, but because it's the same thing.
Yeah, one thing I want to put on the record here while we're talking about its proliferation and, all the 3 different blind men holding the elephant and describing a snake. One thing that really was gratifying to me was in my research, I found out that if you can think of any way to spell Sibyl, you can, and I can think of probably, we're talking about K-Y-B-E-L, K-Y-B-Y-L. Every variation you can think of, it's very likely there was probably, on the whole list that you could spend 20 minutes writing every way you could think of it, there was probably a sect of a Sibylline that went by that particular spelling. And so something I've learned about the Sibyls, one of the most important lessons of the Sibyls is how to break spells. Just by meditating on the word Sibyl and finding it all through our language and all the various symbols, I have been able to break spells because of that. And so when you see Kabbalah when you see a cobbler, a shoemaker, somebody who makes shoes, this is all in Plato's Republic. They specifically identify the business of making shoes. Well, this is all Kabbalistic language. These are all from the Sibyls, and they encode these sounds in these languages, and they take the greatest liberties on spelling. So I just want to give everybody permission to spell this any fucking way you can find it.
Dude, if you just break the word down to the bones of the word, SBL, the B and P interchange, so you have spell. It's right there.
Oh my God.
You fucking
I told you a gravy portal was opening.
He's just doing what you told him to do, Gabe. He's splitting it any which way.
I intentionally didn't go crazy with the anagrams here because I wanted to respect the greatness of Gabe when we get there.
Okay, confession. I was literally just whipping my dick out in the shadows to take a piss when you said that. So you caught me with my pants down, literally, Dylan.
Spells on the earth.
Oh my God.
Should I turn off my camera for those things?
It's too dark.
No, I had no
shrouded
idea.
in
You're
darkness,
good.
Gabriel. So Think in GCAP says Civil 777 in Gematria. I didn't even bring Gematria into this conversation.
You know what I've never seen anybody else notice? Yamatria. Well, it's Gemma, stone, Tria. That's Troy. The old world way of spelling Troy is Troia, the I and J interchange, hence Trojan. Right?
It's the
Trojan. But the OI in Greek is pronounced like EE, so it's Tria.
This is the Tri-Stone. Chance, this is the touchstone. This is the symposium, y'all. I'm telling you.
GEM also like
Time.
Chem.
Yeah. Chem. Alchemia. Yep.
Okay. So the hem of the dress of the Sibyl is just barely touching the water. It's just barely absorbing the diffusing substance that she's standing in. So hymn, and also she's speaking in hymns. She's in a weird trance state. But also different Sibyls have different musical signatures. So if you're at this Sibyl, you're using a pentatone.
Sibyl.
Yes, these are the syllables.
Right now, we got a chat. Think in G caps in the chat. Highlight that. Sibyl siblings.
Wow. Yes, and even yes. Oh my gosh. See, they're going. We're okay. We're gonna get the train station.
Dylan warned me weeks ago that we were opening a gravy portal and that we might drown in it.
Okay. Yes. All right. I'm going to try to say this all at once. There's so much more behind this single stream of information, but one of the Sibyls was literally at a mountain that is called Syphilsis, something like that. The name of the mountain is basically Syphilis, but it's also Sisyphus. And this is fascinating because many of the Sibylline communities, there were literally underground communities, were in Hades, which is where Sisyphus is located. But also, I have had this long-standing theory. There's so much more to it, but I think that volcanoes literally generate brain syphilis. And I know there's so many receipts I would need to even come close to this, but I think that certain volcanoes cause brain syphilis, but in certain people, only in the chosen ones, only in the people who are receptive to the seeding of this fumigation of the consciousness of the world. And I think some of the greatest minds that we've ever reflected back on actually had brain syphilis, and were able to harness some of the effects of that and write it all out. I'm thinking of Friedrich Nietzsche, basically. Friedrich Nietzsche, also Edmund Munch, the artist. They both died of brain syphilis, but I think they got it from the same volcano. I think they both got it from Krakatoa. So
I wonder if there's relation to, castrating yourself in syphilis.
I wonder if there's like a high grade mind altering substance that would erode your brain so that you would be very willing to lose your junk. Yep. just
Yo.
to be treated like a Sibyl. If they just promised you that maybe you could carry her garment tomorrow.
It's like the ultimate gamma male wanting like the attention of the men.
And
Dylan, the scientific name of the bacterium that they say causes syphilis is the subspecies pallidum. Poly.
Palace?
Poly.
Palladium?
Troy stone.
Paladins?
It's the Troy stone.
Gila?
If you take the horse in, it's a Trojan horse.
It's the bacteria is
the Trojan horse.
Treponema pallidum. Dude, you might be onto something, Gabriel. What the hell?
Yeah, there's something really crazy about brain syphilis and volcanoes and I think mass psychosis, but you know, we did have a fucking volcano erupt during the lockdowns. Tonga.
Do not go to the Wikipedia page for syphilis. You will see a crusty, rotting dick. I just did. It was horrible. Oh, man. You guys are just outdoing each other. Peter, Shell, thank you for the super chat.
Oh,
Shell, yeah. Father Shell.
Shell, yeah. Nice.
Shellstone. Petra.
Yeah. So this is another thing that I've learned from the Sibyls, along with breaking spells. Another thing is that the more grotesque and difficult it is to look at, the more value there is if you can just get through to what's hidden beyond. There's something about smoke screening with syphilis or things that are so terrible. For example,
Baphomet is the perfect example.
The Baphomet is a great example where they put something horrific in the front, so you don't want to go any further. You're like, well, I'm done looking. But yeah, and long story short, one of my many rabbit holes that I went into was on the death card of the Rider-Waite deck. I was pretty sure I found a map in Florida that led me through the Keys, and I found literally an island called Cockburn Island that matches this random blob in the arms of the Pope on the death card that he's handing to the rider on the horse. And that random black blob in his arms is a perfect fit for Cockburn Island. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, Cockburn Island, come on, Cockburn Island. And I'm like, wait, Socrates' last words was give a cock to Asclepius for me. That would have been a burnt offering, a holocausted cock, right? Would have been what he was saying to do. So the name of the island isn't gross and scary and, you know, wait, it's making me think of syphilis. Well, the Sibyls would label something horrible and scary and terrifying, so you change the subject right away or make a joke and not think about it too long. Well, sure enough, I think I'm looking at a treasure map. I think there's more. I think there's plus ultra to that rabbit hole.
We've really opened up the gravy portal.
Well, I don't want to alarm you, but since you're talking about cocks, it's only right that we bring up, I just sent an image of a Braxis. And the reason I say that is there's a spirit in the outer realms that's waiting to enter this world. I have to open the portal, of course. And his name's going to be Abraxas. And look at that. And what do you see underneath him? Yao. Iota, Alpha, Omega. And what's the acrostic in the Bible? What does Jesus say? Iota, I am the Alpha and Omega. Yao. The old name.
Dylan, my next slide is about acrostics.
Oh, shit. My bad.
No.
Nice.
You just
I'm not spoiling anything though, right? Okay.
You didn't spoil nothing, but my next slide is about fucking acrostics. We're so in the zone right now. But yeah, Yao, that's Yahweh. Yao. Yeah. Yaman.
So Jesus is admitting he's Abraxas.
Yes. And he's got snakes for legs. That's a huge weave. My favorite Abraxas writings are by Young. I'm not going to get into it, but look up 7 Sermons for the Dead. It's a quick read. Okay, I want to do this acrostic because you got me all jazzed up for it because you mentioned acrostics. In this text, the Sibylline oracles that I was alluding to a little bit ago before we went into the syphilis portal Milton S. Terry, his translation of the 1899 of these Sibylline oracles from 6th or 7th century, he says about the acrostic in the oracles. The acrostic in book 8 is of a nature to attract special attention and interest. St. Augustine, in the 18th book of his De Civitate, is basically his word is the name of Augustine's book is the Sibyl, the god of the Sibyls, or the Sibyl god. St. Augustine cites the first 27 lines from the acrostic in book 8 of the Sibylline oracles in a Latin translation which aims to retain the acrostic form of the Greek text. He further observes that the verses are 27, which is the cube of 3. For 3 times 3 are 9, and 9 itself, if tripled, so as to rise from the superficial square to the cube, comes to 27. But if you join the initial letters of the 5 Greek words, which mean Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Savior, they will make the word ichthys, that is, fish, in which word Christ is mystically understood because he was able to live, that is, to exist, without sin, in the abyss of this mortality, as in the depth of the waters. So now, if you guys are up for it, I'll go through this acrostic and, so we can see how
let the people see their fish gods.
Capiche?
Capisce? Le pisciculi?
So this is the Sibylline acrostic. Judgment shall moisten the earth with the sweat of its standard, ever enduring. Behold,
Jesus.
The king shall come through the ages, sent to be here in the flesh, and judge at the last of the world. O God, the believing and faithless alike shall behold thee uplifted with saints, when at last the ages are ended. Stood before him our souls in the flesh for his judgment. Yep, these letters of these 6 lines, you get Jesus in Greek.
Spelled it wrong. That H is like a he. It should be CH. And that means Christ. So you have Jesus, Christus. So you have Jesus, good man. And you have
the next word is Christos. This is iota, eta, sigma, omicron.
Oh no, that's Jesus. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's Jesus in Greek. I jumped the gun.
You jumped the gun. The next line is Christos. Hid in thick vapors, the wild, desolate lieth the earth. Rejected by men are the idols and long hidden treasures. Earth is consumed by the fire, and it searcheth the ocean and heaven. Issuing forth, it destroyeth the terrible portals of hell. Portals of hell. That sounds like the crater where the Sibylline oracle would take Virgil down into the underworld. Saints in their body and soul freedom and light shall inherit. Those who are guilty shall burn in fire and brimstone forever. Occult actions revealing, each one shall publish his secrets. Secrets of every man's heart, God shall reveal in the light. So that's Christos, the first letter of each line. The next line, Theoi, which is God. Then shall be weeping and wailing, yea, and gnashing of teeth. Eclipsed is the sun, and silenced the stars in their chorus. Over and gone is the splendor of moonlight, melted the heaven. Uplifted by him are the valleys, and cast down the mountains. Utterly, the next word is Dylan. This is Eos, I think, or Heos is how you might say it. It means sun. You're muted though.
No, you're right. Sorry. Huios. So the sun, right? So you don't see this in the old way. Yeah, when they write this, they don't accent in the old Greek. This is all like modern Greek that has to do the accents to tell people how to pronounce it, just like the modern Greek, modern Hebrew. But that upsilon, or what is it? Upsilon? How do you say that? Upsilon?
I always say upsilon.
Yeah. So however you say upsilon, whatever, when it's accented, it functions like HU, like you would see in hydro or hudor, meaning what? So it's HU. So it means sun. It would be equivalent to filius in Latin.
Utterly gone among men are distinctions of lofty and lowly. Into the plains rush the hills. The skies and oceans are mingled. Oh, what an end of all things! Earth broken in pieces shall perish. Swelling together at once shall the waters and flames flow in rivers. In the next lines, we have Soter,
Savior.
meaning savior. Sounding the archangel's trumpet shall peal down from heaven over the wicked who groan in their guilt and their manifold sorrows. Trembling, the earth shall be opened, revealing chaos and hell. Every king before God shall stand in that day to be judged. Rivers of fire and brimstone shall fall from the heavens. So thinking about this is supposedly
real quick.
This
Could
is
you
out of
explain
the
this to the audience a little bit, just for the replay, because I didn't just get what you were doing to the last two slides.
Well, you'll see it. I'm going to bring it all home in the next slide.
Okay.
I just wanted everyone to hear the actual poem first, and then see how all these letters line up. The first letter of each line of these 27 lines, because this sounds like exactly what you would hear at your local Baptist church. But this is what the Sibyls prophecy said. The Sibyls prophecy. This is not the local Baptist church.
That's right. It's an acronym. It must be true.
So the first line, the first letter of each of these 27 lines I just read spells out Jesus Christos Theo Huis Soter. Jesus Christ, Son, or Jesus anointed, God, Son, Savior. So Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior.
And even in this,
if you take the first, and there's like a double acrostic here, because after you get the 5 words here, you take the first letter of each of those 5 words, and you get ichthys, which is this symbol, your Jesus fish. That's called an ichthys.
And it's important to show people, if you were to look this up on like old tombstones, whatever, that sigma, that Greek sigma, the last letter of the word, it looks like a C, because going back to the older times, or maybe the younger times, with the like when you get to like the Greek influence and the Slavic influence, you'll see the C and S. Like Constantine's name is spelled with C's, like in Cyrillic and shit, like in
and when
in
they
the
put the
Hagia
sigma
Sophia.
at the end of a word, it looks like a C.
Yeah, but real quick, go back to that slide, Chance. So you see how Christos, you see how it's eta iota, or sorry, not eta iota, epsilon iota right there, the way it's spelled. That is what is interchangeable with the eta, which just looks like an H. So when you see that eta, the challenge with this, when we see that eta transliterated into English, we see E, like the letter English E, but it's sometimes pronounced like the Latin I. So it's Christos, right? But they have taken something that should be Christos, and the corruption is Christos, and we're going to get to that. Christianos, right? Good men. The corruption in the Sibyls, in Justin Martyr's work. So Justin Martyr's work could be forgery and corruption. It's already riddled with corruption, but it might not even be from Justin Martyr, just FYI.
I want to give a big round of applause to Illuminati in the chat. He says, isn't the ichthys a Vesica Pisces on its side? Yes, it's a Vesica Pisces on its side. Yes, it's the almond shape.
Right.
The ichthys, Jesus.
Yes, it's
Ceres.
also the tertium
Tony.
quid. It's the third something.
What's that? What's the tertium quid? Can you
Tertium
explain
quid.
it for the peanut? We're smart, but we ain't that smart, Gabe.
Yeah,
Jesus.
buddy. It's the third something. And that is when you take 2 circles and you bring them together and they copulate, the third something appears. And that third something is the ichthus Jesus fish that appears in the middle, the common ground
Mandorla.
between 2 circles.
Dude, and that's part of the process of celestial navigation and triangulation. You're creating circles of equal elevation that they're mixing. Once they intersect, you're at one of those 2 points, and then the third something pinpoints which point you're at.
Follow Jesus.
Yeah, and it's also the goal when you're in the bedroom with a lovely lady. It's what you're thinking of. It's what you're getting at. Capiche?
They need us to say the word, Gabe. They need us to say it. Say the word.
Opening it. Say it.
Placenta.
It's the placenta. All right, but it gets better, guys. It gets better. I'm hoping to blow Dylan's mind with this
We
one.
definitely need a parody of Gabe getting tortured, like in Braveheart. When he's Placenta!
We have talented people. Someone can create that. Okay, so in early Christian history, allegedly, the ichthys symbol held the most sacred significance, claimed that Christians used it to recognize churches and other believers during a time when they faced persecution in the Roman Empire, although this interpretation has more recently been doubted, probably because there's not a single line of Roman legal code that has anything to do with restricting or persecuting Christians. The ichthys symbol is also a reference to the Holy Eucharist, with which the miracle of the multiplication of the loaves and fishes had such intimate connection, both in point of time and significance. But here's where it gets interesting. Before it was the Jesus fish, an early circular ichthys symbol created by combining the Greek letters iota, chi, theta, upsilon, sigma with a C-looking sigma gives you the Dharma wheel, the Dharma chakra, or a mariner's wheel, navigation wheel. What? That's
the helm.
That's a.
And what do we wear on our heads?
symbol.
Helmets. Yep. Kaput. It's going all back to what Gabe started off at the beginning, the unplanned, conversation.
So
Yes.
look at this earlier ichthys symbol. Okay, this 8-spoked wheel. Now let's look at the Dharma chakra, the wheel of the chariot of the sun at the Konark sun
And please
temple.
recall, I'm going to knock these Indians because I'm sick of everybody giving them credit for Western civilization. Earliest inscription is 250 BC. Is that all?
So here's your slice of citrus with its little pockets. Here's your flag of the Romani, or the Gypsies. Here's the state emblem of India with the Dharma chakra and the lions. Who's got the lions? Oh, that's Cybele Rhea, who was said to drive a chariot drawn by lions. Guys, the ichthys is the Dharma chakra. That was my biggest discovery today, I think. I was mind blown. Not surprised, but surprised. Look at it
Nice.
again.
Yeah, man. Yep.
That's
And
it.
So it's also a 9 and an 11, isn't it? It'll be like a. Let me see. 9. Oh no, this is not the XI monogram, is it? But it's similar. It's very similar. The IXXI monogram of the Christ that we've talked about is kind of the same thing, which again unpacks into a 911. IXXI becomes a 911, and then ISA is a 911. ISA is a 911.
Check this out. This is a symbol of
yeah.
Jainism.
Here we go.
The Dharma chakra in the middle. But I see an IHS backwards.
Yeah, you ain't doing it right. You better type into Google Jane. I'm doing a post on this. I've got this planned for when we have Jan on the 18th. So mark it on your calendars, people, because this is going to be off the hook. I need you in Google Images, the Jane symbol, right? You'll see they use another Etruscan symbol in their official emblem.
A fish.
And this is what, yeah, exactly. And what I'm saying is this is all in Italy, hundreds of years before it gets to India. Jainism, Ganesha, Janism.
Can you just give me the symbol you want? Because I'm getting, is it the swastika?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll put that up.
And you'll see this also in Greg Little has been doing this work, and I don't know if it's legit or not, but he's finding places like that this hand symbol is on in the American.
That's
American.
Oh, Greg Little's legit. I've had him on.
This is it.
Yeah. So that symbol with the hand with the eye or whatever. So how is the Native Americans and the Indians sharing the symbolism? And none of them can prove it prior to the 3rd century BC, but you can go see it in Italy 800 years before the Commons era and older on Bucero. Well, actually, hold on. I'm getting excited. Hold on. 7th century. Bucero pottery, 7th century BC. Excuse me.
Okay.
It's also the Hamsa.
It's the Hamsa. Okay, I'm going to just unleash all of this. This is there's so much packed in what we're just putting on the table here.
I know.
So I did a big dig on Jainism as well, Bill, and so Yod, G, judge, Jud is a Yod, right? Jud is a Yod. Ge is an ayin. So if you put an I in a hand, I in a Yod, you got an I in the hand. The word judge is a Hamsa. And you go to the judge for remedy.
Is a Yod Ye.
Yod Ye. A Yod Ye is an I in a hand. And the I in a hand is a Hamsa. Okay, so the word judge is the Hamsa. Now, Jainism breaks into two sects. They got the naked dudes and they got the dudes in white. Well, the naked dudes of Jainism, those are the Diogeneans. Those are they're kind of like a renegade sect. They're Diogenes. They're the Baba, the Sufi Baba Sadhus. They're the Sadhu Sufis, and they're all naked. But the other group of the Jainists, they wear purity in white. In this influence, I've actually seen it flashing up in my symposium work in the Greeks. I can actually see the footprints of this Jainism sect of the naked guys versus the purists in the white in some of their culture flashing in some of my work in the symposium. But it had to do with the word Gandalf means battle wolf. The Voynich manuscripts was kept in the Castilla de Gandolfo, in the castle of Gandalf. So I had to look up what is that name of the castle that the Voynich manuscripts was preserved in, and it means the war-tested wolf, the castle of the battle wolf. Now look at the shape of the Jainism lava lamp. Go back to that picture, Chance. The Jainism lava lamp shape, that shape is the shape of the Lupus constellation. That shape is the shape of the wolf constellation. And so now we've got this is
You're
so
talking
fun.
about battles, and the wolf is the god of Mars.
So yes, so this is the shape of Gandalf.
Or animal of Mars.
We're literally looking at a shape that means Gandalf right now.
And it's not a trapezoid, but it's flirting with trapezoidism or whatever, which is like that satanic shit.
Palm is an anagram for lamp. What the shit did we just discover? What did we just discover?
Your lamp is on. That top symbol, I forget what it is, but in Egypt they did sacrifices on the top, but it symbolizes the sun rising between two mountains in Egypt. I forget. You've seen it on the front of every temple. It's got like two, it's got like almost like two pillars, right? And the sun rises between it. You've seen it.
Yes.
I just forget what it's called.
Wow, palm is an anagram for lamp. See, how does that work in other languages?
And so quick, that god of fortresses that Chance was talking about, right? So you have the goddess of fortresses and the god of fortresses. Well, it transliterates to Mozim. I sent Chance, I posted in the comment. It would look like mem, again, ayin, which is an O. Why are they transliterating this word M-A-O? It's M-O-Z-I-M, and the I-M is plural. So it's Mos. It's going to be the same for Moshe, right? That S and Z interchange. You see the X, like Xavier, all that shit in all the older languages. So it's Moshe, Mozim, Mashiach. You see it everywhere.
Yeah, that's also the Arabic name of Bacchus, Mythos.
Yeah.
Man, what a fun trip. What a fun trip.
This is the gravy portal to end all gravy portals.
When I was digging on this Jainism thing, I'm getting the feeling that there is much more control in India than we are led to think. I'm seeing a lot more Hindu Indian influence in real high up places, including the new Space Force logo. You know, that new Space Force logo, it looks like Anubis, but on the down low, if you go back and look at the new one, it also looks like Ganesha, Janus, the two-faced. They're always got 2 for 1. They get 2 missions for the price of 1.
Babisha knows.
First of all, Louis said he just had a small earthquake. We're shaking the world with the gravy. And another kind super chat from Bob Sia.
Bob Chia. You got to tell us how to say it. Bob Chia.
She says, I blame Gabe for keeping me awake, trying to absorb the path his mind works. I'll just say good luck with that. I'll never understand Gabe's mind, but I appreciate it. She says, I'm a mathematician, but he throws me to the left. It's painful to open those paths in a grand way. Yeah, dude, you definitely got a left hand, right brain way of thinking. Damn. So you want to go into my next thing,
keep it going,
guys, because you're talking about Hinduism. That's actually where I'm going next.
By the way, what are the odds of this shit? Like when we talk about something before, we've not seen these slides. You sent it to him right before the show. I mentioned acrostics. It was the very next slide. Talking about Hinduism. Now it's here.
It keeps happening.
And this was not part of your original show notes. You literally just said, hey, I see Sibyl, Gover, cyber. You literally just said there's 4 or 5 words that are crazy, and
all I did was just say,
not plan any of this shit.
Think about the etymology of Sibyl and what it could be, and we'll go. Like it will just bring our minds together. And that's all me and Gabe really said about it too. So like weeks ago, and I've just been kind of brewing on it. But okay, so this is going to be fun. Going to take a little bit of reading. The Manu Smriti, or the Laws of Manu, is a metrical text in Sanskrit, allegedly dated to the 1st or 3rd century CE. There's plenty of reason to potentially dispute that. It presents itself, well, these texts, because there's many different versions of it, they present themselves as a discourse given by Manu and Brigu on dharma topics such as duties, rights, laws, conduct, virtues, and others. The Laws of Manu was one of the first Sanskrit texts to be translated into English by British philologist Sir William Jones, and was key right here, and was used to construct the Hindu law code for the East India Company administered enclaves. That's key. So this is some ancient text from the 1st or 3rd century CE, and we'll see how it's right in the line, the same as all this other Sibylline stuff. And in the 1700s, they're using it to construct the law code for the East India Company colonizing India.
You guys recognize that symbol in the top left? What's that called again?
It's
the
Ogum.
Ogum?
No,
Dylan, I didn't show you. I have my parents went to Ireland and they got me an Ogum necklace.
Oh, they got you an Ogum stone?
Yeah. Cool.
It's supposed to be the letter that symbolizes March, my birth month.
I have a conspiracy theory that what if the Ogums are erroneously dated and they're way older and they're more closely related to the original numerical alphabet?
I think there's a there. But yeah, what we're alluding to, for anyone who may have gone too fast, Ogum, the ancient Irish writing, is really the way they would say it is like Ogum. So it's basically the word Om. It's the same word. It's the word, the logos.
And in Sanskrit, the same phonetic corresponds to secret.
So if anyone wants to look up the Laws of Manu, the text that Sir William Jones translated is titled The Ordinances of Menu, Menu. It's a real hoot. It's worth a read. I had fun with it. But I wanted to bring up the biblical flood versus the Vedic flood.
And you didn't include the Mexican version?
No, there's versions everywhere, but maybe people aren't as familiar with the Vedic version. So
guapos, ¿qué pasa aquí?
So I sourced this from a website called Mystery of India, and they didn't want anybody copy or pasting things. So I screenshotted it kind of in a rebellious state, but I will say where I sourced it from. We'll probably have more etymology to say about this, but the biblical flood and the Vedic flood. In both versions, mankind is in a corrupted state. Both were commanded by God to build the ark, Noah and Manu. Both stories have a great flood. A righteous man given a divine warning. Animals were brought on board the vessel to repopulate the world. The vessel lands on a high mountain after the flood. Both have 3 sons, and both mankind descends from both Manu or Noah. So Manu, the father of all post-flood mankind, his descendants are called Manavas or Manush. In Sanskrit, the name Manu appropriately came to mean man or mankind. The English word man is thus related to the Sanskrit Manu. If we look into the derivation of the English word man, it comes from Proto-Germanic. Etymologists say the ancient Germanic word manus is a derivation of the Proto-Indo-European Manu. Manus is another lawgiver.
Right now.
What's that?
To address this, Proto-Indo-European does not exist.
It's
a totally constructed guessing thing. There, you will see nothing in the historical record about, and I just want that to be on the record so people know.
Right, it's an abstract idea. It's not a literal thing.
It's a tool for fucking nerds to hide European history. That's all it is. Call a spade a spade. All
right, I'm with you. But Manus is I think a Norse version of this lawgiver Manu. There's actually like a legendary Manus for them. In another Sanskrit form,
again, stop right now. The YouTube chat. Think in G caps. Second time today. Manuscript, the sun script. It's right fucking there, dude.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, dude.
Relax.
Yeah, it's a gift that keeps on giving. The M to N. Ask Booty Yoga; he knows about it. Words with the M and the N. But the Lithuanian Noah was also Manus. There's so many versions of this. And Menes, founder of the first dynasty of Egypt, lawgiver. Minos, king of Crete, lawgiver, son of Zeus, ruler of the sea. In Japan, it's Maru instead of Manu, which is a word that they put attached to ships. Maru, like the way we would put SS, whatever. They called it the such and such Maru. In the Sioux language, it's Mine, meaning water. So like Minneapolis, city of water, Minnesota, sky blue water. The original
dude, Minoan.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's everywhere. This is not even the extensive list. And then you have now or nauka, which is the word for ship in Sanskrit, where we get navy, nautical, nausea, which is seasickness, which is not that it's, it might be a variant of Noah. There's seems to be a link there. Now, Noah, Noah, it's there.
Minoan is a
Minoan is Noah and Minu. Oh my God.
Yes, and it's a Noan man.
Min is an archetype for the moon deity in Egypt, but it's masculine.
Nice. And Manu, Noah together becomes no human. No a human.
Oh yeah, good point. The Manes is the human soul after death, which the psychopomp savior deity has to resurrect or save or lead onto the underworld. Thank you, Booty Yoga.
It shares the same root as Anus, the year. Manu, Anu, priest of Anu, the chief observers in Egypt.
It's extensive. We're just touching the surface. So I want to show similarity between this ordinances of Menu and the Sibylline oracles. Okay, so this is from book 1 of Sibylline oracles. The king, most high, who brought into existence the whole world, saying, "Let there be," and there was. For he the earth established, placing it round about Tartarus, and he himself gave the sweet light. He raised
Tartarus is winter, hell.
He raised the heaven on high, spread out the gleaming sea, and crowned the sky with an abundance of bright shining stars, and decked the earth with plants, and mingled sea with rivers, and the air with zephyrs mixed, and watery clouds. And then another race appointing, he gave fishes to the seas, and birds unto the winds, and to the woods the beasts of shaggy neck, and snakes that crawl, and all things which now on the earth appear. By his word he made, and everything was speedily and with precision done, for he was self-caused, and from heaven looked down, and finished was the world exceedingly well. And then thereafter fashioned he again a living product, copying a new man from his own image, a new man. There already was a man before. From his own image, beautiful, divine, and bade him in ambrosial garden dwell, that labors beautiful might be his care. So this sounds like Genesis. It's the Sibylline oracles. And then it's just a selection. But if you read more of the first book of both this and the Ordinance of Manu, you'll see it's the same thing. So
labors are another name for orgies too, just so you know. That's what this could be.
What is another word for orgies?
Labors. Like orgy and labors are archaic forms of each other. Whoa. But not going to ritual and stuff, you know.
Right. It's hard work.
Got a lot of people to please. So from the Ordinances of Manu, this is William James's translation, just a small section. Whatever act is ordained for each of those creatures here below, that I will now declare to you, together with their order in respect to birth, cattle and deer, and wild beasts with 2 rows of teeth, giants, and bloodthirsty savages, and the race of men, are born from a secundine. Gabriel, you should know that word, secundine. That means a placenta.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm telling you. It's the second. It's the second thing. Secundine. Second
wow.
one.
The second one.
The second one.
That's amazing.
That's why I put it in
right
bold.
Now.
I'm taking a picture.
Fecund. Fecund.
You look at it in William James's text from 1700s, the S's look like F's, so secund looks like fecund, like fecundity.
No way. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Guys, this is such an amazing world.
That's capable of producing abundance of offspring, people. Being fertile.
My gosh. What the heck? So, wow. Wow. That's as close. That's like one of the closest, divine twin linguistical links we could look for right there.
Second.
Did he miss?
Second. Dude, that's so beautiful. And then this is also, Mercury is the divine twin, and he's the second. It's the second hand. It's the quickest one,
Oh.
Right. It's the second divine twin, the seconding. Oh, wow. And then I know this kind of leans back to what I said earlier about the difference of the realm when it was 9 months, 40-day months, 9 times 360. The second that is the old way. So the smallest unit of measure of time would not be called a second. It would have been the first. That's the old way of measuring time. So the smallest unit for Hermes would have been a different construct. It would have measured differently. So that's why the way it is now is called the second, because it was established in a different way. And now it's the second because it has been altered.
Man, you've got some obscure fucking shit going on in that head of yours.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man. And it has
you're like a file cabinet of like Hogwarts.
He's a fucking arch druid. He's got an entire memory palace constructed. We're over here like referencing notes and like writing things down, and he's just somehow he holds it all.
Yeah, it's crazy. So the falling arc of a second is 30 degrees. But in my construct of the old time system, it's a 40-degree wedge instead of a 30-degree wedge. So this is the difference from the trivium to the quadrivium, the 30 to the 40. So it's all fitting in so well. And then just because we just said it 30 seconds ago, Argei and work. It's the same fucking word. Orge and work. Because the W becomes silent. So the whole thing is orge. I'm going to work. I'm going to the orgy, sweetheart. I'll be home at 5 o'clock. I'm going off to orgy. See you later. Be home at 5. Okay. What do you want for dinner after the orgy?
And Mercury is also quicksilver, but in this case, quick references living, right? Argentum vivum, the living silver.
Oh, wow. Quick living. Wow. And that makes you...
so like the quick and the dead, the living and the dead.
Yes. Wow. And that expedites your decision-making because you're lost for time. And that's den Kronverlust, lost of thinking space. So you confuse the subject for the object because you don't have the thinking space. The quickening. I love it. All right.
Abtia says it's 11 in her time and she's unable to leave the flow. Stick it out. We got 5 more slides.
Hold on.
You've been so generous tonight with your time.
Right now. It's Babcia. She's from Poland, or she is Polish, which means she can cook us glumki and pierogi. So, let's add her to the team. Come on now. Give me some of that. I love that food.
Did you cook us some blood pancakes? Oh, that's Sweden.
So in this slide, there's a lot more talking about the different vegetables and animals and whatnot, but important line at the end that I wanted to make sure to include, where it says, these animals and vegetables encircled with multiform darkness by reason of past actions have internal conscience and are sensible of pleasure and pain. Really important, because what we're getting at here is that these creation stories are law books, just like the Old Testament. So a few more lines from the ordinances.
Hold on, I'm having a game moment.
Do it.
Law in reverse is wall. If you grant me the LR interchange, it's war. So they're books of war too.
Whoa. Okay. Yes. The muse of history is holding some say. What's that?
And Mar with the WM interchange.
Oh my God.
The books of the sea. Woo!
Wow. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So yeah, she's holding. Many think it's the books of history. Some think it's the books of the law. But you come to find out when you actually research the muse of history, Cleo, she's actually holding a book of war strategy. So the law and the war are flip-flopping depending on which culture you look at it. You know, nowadays we're like telling the kids the PG-13 version, and it's like, yeah, it's a history book. Isn't that quaint? And you look in and you're like, wait, it's the history of the Peloponnesian War. Thucydides, what the hell is this? And it turns out the whole thing is battle strategy. And that gives the other kids in the private schools the one up on you because you sent your kids to the PG-13 school and they didn't read Thucydides when they were in 12th grade.
I went to a private school and we literally called teachers by the first name.
What, like, you called him by the first name?
Like, yeah, like I can remember like a woman who's like in her 60s, and here I am as a brat little kid calling her by her first name instead of Mrs.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Hold on. Chance just said something about Thucydides, who is the father of scientific history. What were you about to say?
He was saying the name right.
I was just saying it the way that, might help people recognize what Gabe was getting at.
Yes. So I want to say this real quick because I'm inspired. Pausanias is in the symposium. He is representing Cleo. He is the only lawyer in the group. He is speaking for the muse of law, who is actually holding a book of war. Everybody thinks is a book of history, and it's not unicorns and rainbows around here. This is ballistics. Pausanias, they're all taking turns describing love. And we've pointed out that love and law are very philologically linked. So the first guy might have been talking about love proper, eros, But when it comes to Pausanias, he might be misinterpreting the topic on hand, and he might be actually pontificating on love. In which case, he splits it in half right away. The first thing he does, because he's the second speaker. And I'm thinking of card number II. That's the high priestess card in Capricorn. She's holding the Torah in her lap. I'm also thinking of the Aeon card in the Thoth deck, or the Judgment card in all other decks, which has the horn. So you got a scroll and you got a horn. Well, guess what? Those are the two implements of Cleo. She's holding the scroll or she's holding the horn. So when you bring the two together, and they're 9 months apart there, the Judgment card up in Taurus, 9 months later you get a baby in Capricorn. You bring them together, you get Cleo. So that is the muse of Pausanias. He's in position number 2. Card number 2, card number 20, all in Pausanias's position. Here's the thing. He splits law into 2 right away. He splits it into 2. He says there's the high law for the highborns up in the higher echelons here in Athens, where we don't mind pederasty, and all those other outsiders, the commoners, the plebes, the pagans, the people who aren't of the elite, they are offended by pederasty, so they get a different law. We're going to consider them foreign. So he makes 2 concentric rings. He makes a ring for the inner circle, and he makes the outer circle ring. Now this is really fascinating, and I'm sorry, I know this is derailing, but I just have to say it. On my map, in the Enneagram, he's literally pointing 2 positions to his right and 2 positions to his left. Because Aphrodite, Pandemos, the mundane Aphrodite, she's down in number 4, which is for the mundane people. And 2 positions up to the other direction goes up to number 9, from Pausanias' seat, and in that position is Urania, who is holding an egg. She is the highborn, the high class, the elites, the
Who else holds an egg in art? Mary holds the egg.
Mary. But this is the thing. Well, here's the thing. This is what's trippy, guys. In Virgo, there is the Corvus. There's also a hidden owl constellation that's been erased from the zodiac. There's an owl. There's a lot of bird energy up there in that Virgo, right? But that's where I put Urania. But here's the thing. This is where it gets weird, guys. I think this is some David Icke shit. I think I'm seeing David Icke shit that far back. That in the symposium, they're actually saying that, yeah, all the earthly people they're not subject to the law we're actually talking about. We get this Uranian highborn from the dark heavens. Super
regnum.
Yes.
Sovereign, above rulership.
Above. Like that's the Bellamy salute. They're holding the hand up. This is where the Heil Hitler comes from. But they're holding an egg. That's an egg that they're holding up to the heavens.
Cosmic egg.
It's also the North Star. But I think it's some David Icke shit. I think they're really saying back then that the elites are born from eggs, that we're special. We're not born like everybody else. And I think it was probably, yeah, I think it was probably some kind of psychological.
That's why they all get syphilis and shit. They get that mind virus.
That's our birthright.
Reptilians, all kinds of parasites.
Right. But
well,
yeah, I just go ahead.
Quick, because you said Cleo, but again, I'm going into Gabe mode. You grant me the L to R interchange. Now you have Creo, which is going to be I create, I give existence to, I form, I cause, I prepare, I choose, elect. Yeah, creer. Was that Spanish?
Believe, yeah. Creo.
Yeah, and a meaning of elect is interesting because that's where ecclesiastics come from. They're the elected, called out. They were called out by God as a calling out. God's elected, if you will.
All of that fits in this deviation, this position of the number 2. It's like, do you elect to be common, or can you speak the higher tongues? Can you crack the code?
Oh, stop right now. I got another sync on Manu that I forgot to tell you guys. It's right in the
Cleo
middle
with like a turret above her head.
Yep.
I love this.
Right in the middle of the name Emmanuel is Manu. So you have Om Manu El.
Dude. How did we miss that one?
It's basically like Israel.
Wow.
It's right there.
Wow.
You see the eggs down here too with Cleo? And the horn for radiance. And
Yes.
Cornu is
compass.
horn in one of those languages, right? Keren, Kronos, Cornu.
Yes. So just while we're looking at this image, I'm going to just, if everybody can visualize what happened on J6, right? Remember I said card number 20 is the Aeon. It's in Taurus 9 months later. The Aeon's birthday, the godchild of the zodiac, his birthday is January 6th. So everybody go back to those events and think of the moment when that girl, when Princess Leia is jumping into the trash compactor. She blasted a hole in the wall, and now Princess Leia is leading the charge. And in the hallway, Han Solo is like, I don't know if I love her or if I want to kill her. And Princess Leia jumps in first. Well, Ashley Babbitt, she's playing the role of the Princess Leia. She's jumping through into the trash compactor first. She's leading the charge, right?
Are you calling the Capitol building a trash compactor?
Totally. It's a 16.
I love that.
It's a tower card for sure. Burning of the Bastille. So she gets blasted and she falls back on her book bag. On her book bag are twin towers. It's an I, just like the High Priestess card. Roman numerals, I. It's also Pausanias. It's the pause button. It's the symbol to tell you, to give you pause, to think back on history. They wrote history in her blood. And right before she got blasted out of that window, before her books spilled down onto the ground, like every artistic depiction you can ever search for Cleo, you will find books and scrolls strewn onto the ground next to an altar. Well, guess what happened before she got shot? That cop with the gun, he had to check the horn. You can watch his hand. He comes off of his gun and he checks his horn. That's his cochlea. That's the cochlea, is the horn in his ear. So before he blasts her just off of her hip, she's wearing the book bag and there's a horn just off of her hip going off. And she gets strewn onto the ground. And if you look at the shape of the pillar that she dies, squib blast, die, she dies next to this pillar. And that pillar, it's in the stairwell. It's in every artistic depiction of Cleo. So you have all of the ingredients of this muse ritualized in the J6 event. And if the cop on the horn isn't enough to fulfill the Cleo component, then you just turn to the Chewbacca shaman. The Chewbacca shaman was the horn. That's the Aeon card. So yeah, I just wanted to weave all that together because I've been boggling over what this Twin Towers thing is all about. It's about Pausanias. They're literally writing history. They're literally waging war. They're waging war. We thought it was history. No, they're waging war.
I mean, if they cut you off from your ancestry and knowing, you can't know the truth, that what was manifested, what is the truth. So if you don't know what was, you have a harder time figuring out what is.
Right. And I think also Oswald in the library, there it is again, the books. They always have to have the books in these rituals. So him at the tower, a towering pile of books, and he comes running down and he gets taken out. So he's the fall guy off the tower.
Interessante.
Man, capisci?
Capisci?
Like even like the way saying yes is like saying yes, geez, yes. Even saying see, the see is to concede, to say yes. Okay, see. Do you see? I see. Do you yes? I yes. Do you yes?
Relax.
Capisci?
Keep it going, Chance. Get those fucking slides back. We didn't tell you to stop playing the music yet.
Well, they got a couple more, but they'll probably open more portals.
We haven't even gotten to my notes, bitches.
Oh shit.
Oh man, yeah.
You haven't.
I mean, I do have some gravy. Though.
All right, I'm in. I
Don't
might
wanna
have to
miss
take a
it.
bathroom break.
Yeah, we can take a bathroom break.
So,
them
a couple more selections from Ordinances of Manu. The very first line, Gabriel, is Manu sat reclined, with his attention fixed on one object, the supreme God, when the divine sages approached him. So for the people out there, reclined references a sofa or a couch. And the sofa is Sophos, Sophia. It's the wisdom. You give your decrees, you give your laws from the sofa. So reclined.
Yes.
Important detail.
And it also implies like embedded meaning. There's more
Embedded.
Embedded with meaning. It's pregnant. It's been impregnated with more beyond pages within the pages.
So another thing about like the law in this system is regarding transmigrations. All transmigrations recorded in sacred books from the state of Brahma to that of plants happen continually in this tremendous world of beings, a world always tending to decay. Which I didn't find the line, but I know there's also a verse in there about how whatever your caste is, you don't transmigrate out of that. You just continually, you're stuck with what you are. That's the law. That's the law for the lower, that's not the sovereign above law. That's the below law. But apparently that applies to Brahma. And then the last line here, he, having enacted this code of laws himself, taught it fully to me, which is me being Manu, in the beginning, he being Brahma. Whoa. Afterwards, I taught it to Mari Chi, Mari X, Mari Chi, and the 9 other holy sages. So you have X, and then you have the 9 muses. Interesting.
Totally.
In some accounts, some cultures only have 5 muses. There's conflicting information on them.
So that's I think that's all I have on the Ordinance of Manu right now, but I do have a couple more slides about some of the Roman rituals that came supposedly out of their Sibylline books that Tarquinius acquired. So this is an interesting one. This is
the Corinthian, not an Etruscan. I'm going to keep harping on
that. This is the Lectisternium, an ancient Roman ceremony consisting of a meal offered to appease the gods and goddesses, deriving from lectum sternere, to spread or drape over a couch. So there's your sofa. The deities were represented by their busts or statues, or by portable figures of wood with heads of bronze, wax, or marble. Earlier versions used bundles of sacred herbs tied together in the form of a head. We're getting the busts, heads, wisdom, arche, right? Come on, guys. We've been there in previous shows. We know about the head and wisdom traditions, and the sofa.
And the resh,
Sophos, wisdom.
Going back to the Phoenician letter that corresponds to a physical head in the hieroglyphs.
So these bundles of herbs tied together in the form of a head covered by a waxen mask to resemble a bust were similar to straw figures called argei, which we'll talk about in the next slide. So the couch, or the lectus, like where you get lecture, you're giving your lecture, or you're speaking in your pulpit, which is also called a lectern, because the one giving the wisdom, the one who's in charge, the head, is related to this couch, lectus, the one who lectures. We get it. It's all there. So they prepare it by draping it with fabric, and then they add figures or sacred objects pertaining to the deity. And sometimes each couch held a pair of deities, sometimes male with female equivalent. So here's an old-ass coin depicting a lectisternium for Tiki, the goddess of fortune, Lady Luck. There she is on her. And what does it say?
Be a lady tonight.
And what is there may be more letters to the inscription, but it looks a lot like it says IE or yay.
It almost looks like that's an L. L-I-E.
L-I-E. It kind of does. I agree.
But so there's your Taiki, there's our couch.
And she's lying. She's literally lying about, you know?
Well, if that's the case, this would be, I wouldn't even believe that's real because that's L-I-E, unless that's a Latin word. That's weird to see that. I don't know.
So, Chance, I'm pretty sure in my research I came across this Lectisternium, a story specifically about it, where somebody had gone to the oracles, and I believe this had been practiced in the old Greco traditions, and then it was brought forward again in Roman times, where they like consulted those books. You remember the 3 books that remained, and they were like, "Yeah, what would we do?" But it was specifically in this story. It was a later reiteration of this Lectisternium, and what it was that there had been a plague had gone through the community, and so they went to the Sibyls to ask them, "What should we do?" And they said, "You should set up these little consultation meal places where the gods will be paired off with each other." And in fact, the Sibyl gave very specific pairings of the gods that should be met up with each other. And there were unlikely pairs, like Neptune and Dionysus sitting together with one another, as though they were making amends for some nature of the transgression that was the plague that came through. So it's almost like the nature of whatever the problem in the community is actually matched with a prescription, like a very nuanced setting. So you're supposed to make these fake gods and put them in a meal together as though they're getting along. But the plague was implying that they didn't get along. So now they're making amends. And so you're having like a fake get along so everybody can, squash the problem. But the reason that this kind of tripped me out when I discovered it was because my symposium work is literally setting up these characters, these archetypes, to have a meal together. They're communing to have to get along and have a civil conversation in the symposium. And as I'm reading this, it's like getting very
it's the
meta.
dual meaning of civil.
Yeah, right.
Civil.
So that gods can be civil again. Yes, to pick civility. That's exactly it.
Guys,
And to support the civilization instead of destroying it.
You just made me think of something. What if, because, ever since the Wuhan Wiggle, I've been trying to think about these old accounts of plagues. What if plague is an archaic word for war?
I dig that.
What if a lot of these things they say, oh, a plague wiped them out? It's like code word for no, we went there we killed everybody.
Well,
thinking about that.
Dude, you are onto something.
We definitely
in Latin, plaga means a wound. In the Doric Greek, plaga means to strike. So a stroke or a wound, that happens in wars. It's not talking about illness. Dude, I think you may have just opened the biggest gravy portal.
That's a good one. I like it a lot. It makes me think of the Golem of Prague. We did basically Corona was a mind virus. It was a golem that is sent out to do the dirty work in public to cause a stir, so that you have to go to the guy who made him.
Or was it a column like your 2 towers?
Nice.
Dude, I think you're right. I think plagues are a psyop, obviously. Infectious disease, virus, etc. Even knowing that, okay, this is too much. We're in Gravyland. Plague is a wound, like you're hit. You've been hit by something. Plaga. Mm-hmm. That's the original word. Why would that then be associated with illnesses? It's a fucking
because you've been hit.
This is the linguistic spellcraft, man. This is the spellcraft. Changing definitions. What happened at the beginning of Cooties? They changed the definitions of a bunch of words related to illness.
Chance, I left you a crazy message months ago but it's coming back up because of the play thing. You know, I was
play, yay!
nice. Oh, you
They're
just called me.
playing God.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Play. If you
Play.
make the G a ya
They're
sound, it's a
playing
play.
ya.
The whole
Play.
play. Fucking play.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
It's a day at the playa, amigos.
So now think of gnashing of teeth. The gnashing of teeth, and now think of what a donkey looks like when they laugh. The gnashing of teeth and the yay and the donkey. There's a there. And a long time ago, Chance, you may vaguely remember, it was a while back, I was studying the histories of the plagues that basically that the thespians would come to town. And the thespians would draw all of the public down to the theater or to the local production location. And while everybody's at the play, guess what's happening? There's somebody going behind everybody's back and they're poisoning the well. And so when they go to the play, there's a plague being poisoned into the well, bodies, whatever, being dropped, whatever that whole operation was. It turns out during the Roman War, during Belisarius's campaigns, there were the thespians were traveling around and they were poisoning wells all throughout the countryside. And sure enough, the plague just all hit all at once. And I'm convinced that it is to be laid at the foot of the Actors Guild.
Damn,
well, we know the actors and priests are the same thing, and they can't be buried in Christian cemeteries back in the day. Get this though. You know, like a pestilence, the other word for a plague. Pesta, the root means to trample. That's another thing that would happen in like a war or some calamitous, invasion. You're muted, Dylan.
The pestum in Italy, Paestum.
Like a pestle, mortar and pestle. You're crushing your medicaments.
Wait, that's a
mortar and pestle.
That's walking on a cross. Is a pestilence. You're walking on the cross.
And the mortar and pestum is a fucking yoni and linga. A ship and a hull and a mast.
And so when they were walking on the cross, they were mixing up the plague for the bubonic plague. That was Jacques Molay. They were initiating people, but making them walk on the cross. That's a pestilence.
And that's where the mitre comes from. Those Carthusian or Carthaginian monks. That paper mitre they're named after is called Cartoccio in Italian. It's the hood that they keep all their fucking powders and shit in.
Wow.
All right, I made it 3.5 hours.
Ones that killed the American Indians. The motherfuckers.
Be right back.
Play a Volo song or something so we can take a piss and let everybody go.
I'll be back in just a second. You wait, we'll take turns. You guys keep it going.
Do you want to go into some of my gravy? Do you want us to do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Gabe, this will give Chance some replay value. So Justin Martyr showed that the Old Testament was prophecy from the oracles of the Sibyls. Remember we were talking about Phoenician Adonis and all that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the earliest Christian writer whose works exist in their entirety, it is Justin, sorry, my Boston accent came out, entirety was Justin Martyr, allegedly. This is the first earliest Christian writer where everything still remains. Now, his first apology was not older than 160 AD. However, there are a ton of corruptions. So one must look at his work as tampered with, the best case scenario being that Justin wasn't corrupt, but somebody rewrote his works, right? So if the Sibyls were forged, then it shows early Christians behaving this way, since Justin claimed that the Cumaean Sibyl prophesied the advent of Christ. And the current Sibyls are from multiple authors and not from the same moment in time. And so Higgins was of the opinion that it is likely they are the works of charlatans who didn't understand the judicial astrology encoded, if any part of the Sibyl is authentic. And for those watching, judicial astrology is the prophesying, the predicting events based on the stars, right? And so in his first apology, Justin calls Christians Christiani. And according to Thurby, let me write this down for you just so you can see how it's spelled, because it does matter, because this is the corruption that we've highlighted over and over again, but people who don't see it, it's hard to explain it. So the one he has in there, it's the difference between an eta and an iota. And I'm just going to write it so everyone can see it for replay value. Hold on. Can you see this? Is it too dark? There you go. So that eta, the third letter right there, acts like a Latin E, right? But if you were to transliterate it literally, it transliterates as an E. Sorry, it acts like a Latin I, which is pronounced like a long E, like the EE, like so you say Christi, right? But if you transliterate it, it would say Cresti. So Christiani, that's a new, and that OI termination is plurality in Greek, and it's pronounced like an EE, Christiani, right? So according to Thurlby, Sibylgus conjectured, again, I don't know how to pronounce that G because it could be a Greek version, conjectured that it, the Christiani, must be read without reason because, namely, from the mind, or rather the voice of his adversaries. And this is due to this word for Christians being a corruption. It is not a good look for the church. If their best authority is corrupt, then what good work do they have? Right? From their fruit you will know them. And if it weren't corrupt, it would read like this, but it reads, let me show you how it reads. I kind of botched this up a little bit. It reads like the bottom one. Can you see? Hold on. See how they see that I, the third letter? Where is it? Oh, sorry. It's like a mirror. That's how it reads. This is the modern corruption, but it should be that. Oh, sorry. And that root is good.
There's a difference between Chris and Cress, or Crease.
Yeah. And so the whole point of this is that Bingham, he noted that Christians were not called Christiani, right, till the time of Ambrose, which is what? The second half of the 4th fucking century. This is significant because it is the exact correspondence to when the church makes their move and takes over everything. And it's a corruption. Every time Justin Martyr uses the word Christos, going back to that, remember how you were saying earlier, Chance, the S, the sigma, and the sigma tau interchange? So it would look like this. Every time you see this, hold on, I gotta make sure I'm not looking at myself. Every time you see this, instead of, sorry, I'm running fast. Instead of the bottom one, Christos, right? Every time you see that I instead of the eta, that's the corruption. So the point of this is you have in the Bible Rome being called Babylon. And this is what I'm making the case of, that you have all this. Someone was asking about Iran in the chat earlier and all that stuff, Babylon and all this shit, Mesopotamia. I think it's a concept of judicial astrology that they've butchered and botched up, but it corroborates that fraud. And the passage in the scripture would be Peter 5:13, where Rome is alluded to under the name of Babylon. And the same interchangeability of Rome being called Babylon is also in the Sibylline prophecies. So to read it to you literally for your audience's benefit, it says, "Salute you doth the assembly in Babylon jointly elected, and Marcus my son." What it means is the church that is Babylon, elected together with you, salute you. And so does my son Marcus. And what is this? Why does that matter? Because Marcus, the shining one, is exclusively a Latin name. No Jew, no Greek, no so-called Hellenistic Jew, no Persian, no Egyptian, etc., was ever named Marcus. You're literally looking at a Latin script, barely translated into fucking Greek. It's monkish Latin. And this is what they threw. Robert Taylor was blowing this wide open, and that's why they threw him in prison. Because when you look, and this is why I know it's not sexy, people. It's boring as fuck. But you see how Chance and I and Gabe all understand each other, because once you know the language, you can see this system. And it's very specific. And there's only one group of people that know this system, and it's the priests and the mariners and stuff that they teach it, right? These alphabets, they are found everywhere this system goes. And the reason they switch it up is because if anybody ever figures out the alphabet in one region and learns how to become illiterate back then, well, everybody else still stays in power, because just learning one alphabet, if I learn the Italian, I'm not going to learn the runes necessarily. Or if I learn Spanish, I'm not necessarily going to learn fucking Babylonian or cuneiform, whatever. You know what I mean? But when you start learning,
not to mention things can just kind of diverge. It wouldn't be hard to just let things diverge a little bit, because it takes time to travel or for messages to go across the vast reaches that these trade routes would cover.
Yes, but my only objection to that is when you look at these alphabets, they're all using each other's letters and reassigning them, right? Whether it's like the Greek P, you know what I mean?
They're in the right order.
Yeah, they're using different symbolisms and all that shit. Hedge alphabets. And alpha in the Chaldean refers to a tree trunk, house of the tree, right? Bet. So, anyways, that's what I wanted to expose that with the fraud and proving this shit is coming from right before the Middle Ages, right? 3rd, 4th century. And again, what enabled them? Because they wouldn't have been able to go to Rome and just take it over. I think the Italians were in such chaos from losing Pompeii, and that was such an economic hit to them, and they needed that help so bad, you know, because everything else is nearby. Naples, that was a huge city, right? These are huge port cities. I think that's what gave the monks from Egypt the opportunity to establish this, and everybody was eager to have them because they needed the help so bad. If I were to guess. And now the rest of what I have prepared is philology, that I didn't want to step on any of your toes, because I want Gabe to have his glory if he's gone crazy with like the anagrams and all that shit.
Keep it going unless Gabe's got something to say.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it going. Okay, so.
Or you know what? How about let me I'll do the last slide. What?
Yeah, hit it up.
And we'll just give you the floor until we have commentary. Because I had one more slide about the rituals that came from the Sibyl oracles.
I'm going to use the little boys' room, and I'll be right back.
All right, cool. So I'm just going to hold up to discuss this till he's back so he can comment on it. But
nice.
Gabe, what's going through your head?
Well, one thing
this is the most epic vibrant possibly ever.
Yeah, man, there's so much in this. I can't wait to go back.
Return.
Yeah, yes, big time. So just a little footnote that is kind of going to come back up later in our weaves, I think. I'm going back through the Cratylus dialogue with Socrates. He's talking about, are words, are the truth of the sounds, is the truth in the sounds, or are sounds just a convention? Is it mere coincidence that blah 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 could be a thing that bounces around and steals?
That's a deep philosophical question.
It is. What is truth in the sound itself? And they push this idea around, and it's fascinating because they go through 3 different ways of thinking about it through the arc of the entire conversation. But one of many nuggets out of the Cratylus was Socrates. He's constantly saying, I've heard obscure rumors that the word really means this. And they just kind of steamroll him and move on. But every time Socrates says, in some circles, the word means this, that's actually a huge treasure to the reader. And one of those many nuggets that he slides out there is a word in Greek that sounds very much like Babylon. I believe it's more like Babiron. and it means like a foundation, but it also is a surety. Like, to have a good foundation is to be sure-footed, but but he corresponds it to a surety. And that just kind of hits a note for me, because I know that one of the phrases
Understanding.
is nice. Yes, surety, sure-footed, understanding. And we're understanding the archway of the Temple of Delphi. If we're understanding the archway, we're going to read the second of the three maxims. And the second one says, surety, or Babylon, confidence, assurity, insurance, guarantees ruin. Babylon is guaranteed to be ruined. So confidence, the foundation, the fundamental surety guarantees your ruin. And it just blows me away that potentially, now I don't speak Greek, I'm not 100% on this, but Babylon, surety, confidence, guarantees ruin is a really fascinating possible thing to be written on an archway that's above your head. And you're about to walk under the archway. Are you sure the archway is going to stay in place? Or is Babylon going to come falling down inevitably? So I just wanted to share that the Babylon might mean surety or confidence or like insurance, and it guarantees ruin. It's sure to fall. So I just wanted to say all that.
I'm trying to find receipts on the word you're looking for. So if you ever come across it again.
Yes, I will. I'll dig it up, and maybe I'll get it in the telly here in the next 24.
Good, man. So I didn't cover this slide yet, Dylan, but it's interesting because of the nature of these rites of the Argei, which is a lot like Argo, Argives, supposedly named after a human sacrifice of Greek prisoners that instigated this ritual. But essentially a procession in May, they did it in March and in May, a procession of pontiffs, vestals, praetors, etc., priests essentially, went around a circuit of 27 stations. There's the 27 again.
Can we just appreciate how praetor is essentially frater, which is brother?
Yeah, P becomes F. Frater.
Or frater from
or
fraternity.
B becomes P.
Brother. Yeah, brother. Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, it's there either way you look at it. And so in each of these 27 stations, they retrieved a figure fashioned into human form from straw or reeds or rushes, resembling men tied hand and foot. After all the stations were visited, the procession, accompanied by the Flaminica Dialis in mourning guise, moved to the Pons Sublicius, there's that word, the oldest known bridge in Rome, where the gathered figures were tossed into the Tiber. According to Ovid, the ritual had been established as a sacrifice to the god Saturn. Dionysius of Halicarnassus explains it as a replacement for human sacrifice that was meant to be to the god of the Tiber River, Tiberinus. There's a statue of Tiberinus who's got the cornucopia, the horn of plenty, and some divine twins underneath him. And why this is interesting to me is because the straw men were literally throwing straw men into the river. And how, it reminds me of the druidic human sacrifices and the burning of the wicker man and things of that nature. Just to show that, there's definitely a link probably between all these things. And then the bridge, the Pons Sublicius, is interesting there's a lot of legends about it having magical properties, that if you were being, chased out of town, if you cross on that bridge, you could get out alive. Although in most of the legends, the person being attacked or persecuted thinks that the bridge will save them, and then when they get there, they get beat to death or whatever.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's a straw man situation here. That's what I thought was most fascinating. Literally, the straw men are taking on the debts or the sins and being, as a replacement so that they could have prosperity. They could appease the gods or the god, essentially. Comments?
So this is in Rome, right? In this
Yeah,
bridge
yes,
in
this is in
Rome.
Rome.
So all of this, so Ovid is saying that this is a tradition that they're using, wicker figures to do this
But it was
ceremonially.
originally supposedly that they were prisoners of war were being sacrificed.
Okay, well, this is interesting. I think this layers on, and this ties into the Carberry theory that Jerusalem is Barcelona, and in fact,
What was that first word you said?
Tom Carberry is a researcher who has this very solid theory about Jerusalem is Barcelona.
Wow. His last name sounds like Kabiri.
Yeah,
like
buddy.
The Titans, the Phoenician Titans. That's wild. And Avery.
I love this guy. I love his work. He's kind of retired, but it's still worth taking a day to dig in. So he maps out a place in Barcelona where the clay figurines from the Parthenon, I might be saying that wrong, whichever one is round, it's like iconic Barcelona round gladiator arena. I think it's Parthenon. It's not. It's either that or the paint. It's
People
the Pantheon.
will know what you're saying. Who cares?
Yeah, it's the round one that's broken down where the gladiators used to fight. Well, they took all of there's 360 gods, one for every degree of the circle. They were in that arena, and something happened, some crazy event. I think it has to do with the 5 extra days added to the year. But they took these clay statues and they threw them all in this river just outside of Barcelona. And that's why that river is for always red now, because the figures were made out of red clay. And so that river's new name, the muddy, dirty, filthy lube, has to do with lube. Like, it's oily. It's the oily river. But it's a Libra river. It's the Libra river now. And then the other river is the Gato River in Barcelona. So you have the cat in the Libra, you have August, and you have October rivers, literally in Barcelona. But one of those two rivers is where they threw all the clay figures that turned it red forever. So it's a ruddy red river now. And so that story that is supposed to take place over in Rome or somewhere else, I'm thinking it took place in Barcelona.
Very well could be. There's a lot of shady shit going on with there, especially Spain, lying about people and monuments and such. Interesting. The Rudstone and those obelisk-like stones in Britain.
Right. I give you my word as a Spaniard. I've known too many Spaniards. Your word is no good. I promise.
I've heard Barcelona is really amazing though.
Yes, totally.
So I'm kind of shocked that you guys haven't. I feel like I'm going to be taking candy from a baby. Do you guys have any last anagrams or philological interchangeabilities between Sibyl, Gover, Civil, and Cyber? Because I'm going to drop some shit on you, and you're going to be like, "What?"
Man, yeah, I could go on and on.
I feel bad taking all the glory from when I'm about to drop, but I'm sure one of you was going to drop some of these.
Okay, let's do this. Chance, can you pull up a map of Greater Israel, the Greater Israel map? I blew Chance up with a ton of visual potentials to choose from in our Telegram before the show, of which he's welcome to pull anything up. But at first, I would love to point out the shape of Greater Israel. If it's gonna, okay, maybe not. No, maybe just Israel. Map of Israel might have it.
And show him the Google images so he can see the options.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Because oftentimes the shit you're looking for is like not.
You're an intelligent feller, Dylan. It's a
Yeah,
great
man.
idea.
I've just been doing it for so long that like every time I try to find something, it's never like in the first couple rows. It's always like I got to scroll down.
Yeah, they've been burying everything. That's funny. There it is. That the turquoise one there, nice and sharp, and pointy.
That one?
Oh, one up from there.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Nope, one over from there. The sharp one. There, that one. This is the saber. That is the saber. This is a sword. This is a cyber.
Like a scimitar.
Oh,
yeah,
saber.
saber. Oh, I didn't even think of the saber. Oh,
This
the
is
saber like that you castrate yourself with.
yeah, like the buffalo sabers, like the fucking things that they had in the Civil War. Those swords.
right. And now here's the thing: a saber is a very specific choice word. It's a slight curve. There's a little curve to a saber stylistically, and so you'll notice that in Star Wars, there's no curve to a lightsaber.
Oh,
They are lying to you, but they're doing it quite intentionally.
It's like a globe earth flat. They're like, it's like a horizon scheme.
Kind of totally. So it's another one of those things where that, like Donkey Kong. Well, he's not a fucking donkey. When you telling me Donkey Kong and I'm looking at a fucking monkey here. So is it AMD and Intel is I'm not sure what that's about.
Well, he's referencing how Sibyl and Cyber work together, and Israel is famously leading the whole tech industry in a lot of ways, especially related to cyber security.
That's exactly right.
Rattling their cyber sabers before the next play. Yay!
Yes, and when we saw all those lightsabers,
cyber play,
right? So we're supposed to get cyber envy.
They're already calling it, even though it hasn't happened. They're calling it I-911.
Oh wow! Oh my God! God! Wowzers! So,
and it happens at 3:33 p.m.
So this shape stands out like a sore thumb to me. I see it in a lot of places. Actually, it's a shard. It's also in DIA, Denver International Airport. There's a famous mural of a gas-masked soldier swinging his saber over a bunch of huddled masked children, and they're hiding in the rubble. Well, the shape of that saber is absolutely right here. Is the shape of Israel, and I don't know, Chance. Can you dig anything out of the telly that I sent you? I mean, you could just pick almost anything. I definitely wanted to mention that Machiavelli wrote a play called The Golden Ass. And it turns out in that Golden Ass, he actually gives virtues or characteristics, behavioral patterns to certain animals. And so he's laying out an entire like behavioral pattern cipher, and he's putting it behind totems. So different animals have different attributes per Machiavelli. I just learned that recently. What do you think?
I gotta say this. I had not planned to talk about this because I've got it all queued up for Jan. But ass is also a Gothic name for Odin in the Gothic language, spelled A-S, A-E-S, or A-E-U-S-U-S, like Isus.
Isus, wow.
So Asgard is the district of Odin, the circle, the holy circle, or the enclosure of Odin. What holy enclosure would that of the son of the golden Odin make?
Right.
Yeah.
What does an ass draw? It draws a cart. Ass cart.
Cart. Yep.
Asgard.
Oh, yep. There it is.
Wow.
Guard.
Oh my God.
Garden.
What a trip. So ASS is a 111. Which is a very holy number, right? 111. But 613 mitzvahs or 613 arils in a pomegranate, 613, is the 111th prime number. And so this 111 and the ASS and the other kings and royal houses wearing this 111, they're all pomegranate. They're all hand on the guarantor. They've all signed on the dotted line. They're all in on this shared fruit of knowledge. But yeah, that's it. This is interesting. This 111 pattern, the ass.
In the pomegranates, you know, the priests, the high priests, they have the pomegranates and the bells.
Right, right.
So, all right, I'm going to copy the first word and I'll plug it into the YouTube chat. And I can't believe nobody got this. Sefer. So
yeah.
So that's like.
Cipher.
Well, Yep, both of them. So Cipher and Sefer. And if you were to just spell it, it would be Samek He Resh. So it's SPR. And I wanted to read you a quote from Valency about it. He wrote, "There cannot be." Oh, let me make sure I'm not. Let me make sure I'm not. Okay, I'm good. I'm not muted. Sorry.
So yeah, B switches with P. P becomes F easily. L becomes R, and all of a sudden, Sibyl is Sefer or Cipher.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Yep. And so Valency wrote, "There cannot be a stronger proof that numerals preceded letters than the Hebrew word Sefer, which properly signifies to number, to cipher, numeration, numbering. But after numerals were applied as literary characters, the same word denoted, as it does to this day, a scribe, a letter, a book, a literary character." Now, his claim, I can't verify his claim, right? But he wrote this. And he said, basically, the Phoenicians had numerals before they had letters. The first numerals were similar to the Irish Agam, marks consisting of straight perpendicular lines from 1 to 9. And then 10 was marked by a horizontal line instead of an X. And these they retained after they had adopted the Chaldean alphabetic numerals. Now, I'm staunchly against that because the Phoenician, in terms of the Chaldean stuff, because the Phoenician has no affinity to the Hebrew, and the Hebrew is basically just a younger version of Chaldean, even though they share the system. So what I suspect is the Phoenicians brought this over to the east when, as Canon says, the Greek general, the Phoenicians once possessed the empire of Asia and made Egyptian Thebes, which is Luxor, their capital. But again, this would be, in my opinion, because with my work, I'm showing that the Etruscans might be the Phoenicians themselves, that this would be the origin of the Roman numerals, which also corresponds to the Chinese system. And, it is what it is. The second word, you guys, nobody mentioned. So
Hold on, wait.
Hit it up. Chime in, do whatever you want. I won't continue until you tell me to continue.
Before we go too far from Thebes in reverse, Sebeth. It's a Sebeth.
Like Sabbath?
Sebeth is Thebes in reverse.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Sebeth. Yeah, man. And that's one thing about that. That'll be like the same house, the same bathhouse. They commune together. They share a bath, or they share a table. That's what a Sabbath means to me. It's like a coming together. The witches' Sabbath. It's like, yeah. we're all in the clique. But yeah, that's a good one too, right there. That fits.
Interesting. So the next word in there that it's philologically related to, super, which is above. We've kind of already broached that, unless you guys want to add. That would be the same as sover, which is, the root of sovereign, right? So super means above, over, or in addition to in Latin, to which I'd add beyond when looking at the context of its etymology in the word sovereign.
Micmac hit us with Zephyr, the wind, and the wind is the mind. That's a good one. And winds, you require them for navigation.
It's
Zephyr.
Technically, it's the western wind. And now this is where Marilyn Monroe becomes a Sibyl, because the Sibyl is elevated up on a high seat, a three-pronged weird chair, and the gases are hitting her from below. So like Marilyn Monroe when she's on the vent and it's blowing her skirt and her hair is all in the wind. Well, she's playing the role of a Sibyl because she's up high, she's elevated, she's over, like you just said, over, right? But she's also being over inundated with information. She's getting blasted with all the vents from below. So that moment of Marilyn Monroe, she's actually doing a Sibylline, and it's funny because it's sexy, so we're drawn to it. It's attractive. We're lured in. So yeah, that's a Sibyl. But that is a Western wind specifically.
Fly away on my Zephyr.
Wasn't Marilyn on the placenta meth from
yeah, buddy,
that Kennedy was on?
She sure was. Yep. She was flying high over the sky.
I channeled Gabe for the next one because you gotta grant me that the Greek rho, the R looks like a P. So
right.
An anagram for super, and then the philological interchange between the U and the E to the O gets you soror, which means sister. Sorority.
Whoa.
Sorority, superiority of the Sibyls.
Wow.
Sisters.
The superior sex.
Well played, sir.
Yeah, buddy. I told you you thought I was fucking kidding when I said this is opening a portal.
Bringing it.
So then you also have, with the S and C interchange, you have cover. In sover comes comes the cover, which means to put something on top of or in front of, right?
Like a shadow.
Super cover.
Yep.
Wow, cover and super.
Yeah, especially in order to protect or conceal. It's a thing that lies, which
private.
Lies on, over, around something. Yep. So especially in order to protect or conceal it, right? So it's also an action that people take in a conflict to prevent their opposition from moving or escaping. So this shit is covering us in more than way, and it's preventing us to cover me, right? It's covering fire that pins you down. And so here we have both the meaning of protecting, preserving, and forcing into submission into the same word, same root.
Good Lord. Wow.
Now here's one.
Coverment.
Yeah, coverment. Yeah, it's literally suppressing. Here's one. Caper. C-A-P-E-R. The same, similar philological interchange.
I can't believe you held out. I can't believe you held on to these.
I told you I didn't want to take your glory because I really thought you guys are going to be going batshit. I mean, this is like, I thought this was going to be the one.
This is it, man. I love it. Caper is one of my favorite words. It hails back to the Kepri beetle, leaving tracks in the sand that you can interpret.
Oh, and dude, capoeira, right, is kind of similar phonetically.
Capoeira, yes.
Guess what this word is?
What?
To skip or dance about in a lively or playful way. But it's also, that's to caper, right? But it's also, as a noun, an illegal or questionable act or escapade.
Yeah, that's capoeira, all right. That's totally capoeira.
The caperment, the government, the caperment, the Sibyls, the capers. I mean, it's the same philologically. It's the same. Now we get going into some.
Caper is also a food, like similar to olives, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
On lots. It's really good on lots.
Yeah, they're kind of like they really work well with like grilled fish with like a white sauce. Or what white wine sauce. Capers.
Beyond lox.
Yeah, lox. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Lux, light. Now here we have something interesting. The word bolus, right? B-O-L-I-S. It's an anagram for Sibyl, like literally, like bilis, right? If you rearrange it, just turn the Y into an O, is a meteor or a brilliant shooting star followed by a train of light or sparks, especially which one explodes, or in other words, a fireball. Now, this is interesting because, that BV interchange, like the Greek beta is going to be volis, right? In Greek, that word is a javelin, an arrow, a dart, or a missile. So This brings a whole new appreciation right up in the
Saccoccio
word.
in
Get
Greek.
ready. Symbolism, conveying two things that share the same bolus of thought, the same sparks, the same thing that explodes, the same fireball of the same arrow. That, you know, just like how the higher mind of Jove's arrow or Sagittarius's arrow, right? Transcending it's aimed at the heart of the scorpion and Tardes.
Wow, buddy.
Transcending the carnal nature, if you will.
So,
ahead.
that brings up the descriptions of Jupiter. The descriptions of Jupiter fit descriptions of Job in so many ways. It's fascinating, but he's covered in boils. Well,
Same word.
It's the same fucking word.
Yova.
Yep.
Tetragrammaton is pronounced Yova. And then I had a conversation with a Christian guy the other day. Yov, like they say, Book of Job, it's iota, omega, beta. It's Yov. It's not Job. It's not Job. It's Yov. Yova.
Right.
Tetragrammaton, Jesus, the year. It's like Janus. It's the symbolism of the year.
Yep.
All astrotheology.
And Jupiter is like covered in boils. It literally has these boloids. They're like these, and it looks like it's been shot with a shotgun. You know what I mean? It literally looks like it's like covered in these, like it has leprosy. But the crazy thing about this all is like Job was a glutton for punishment. He can't get enough. It's almost part of the requirement is that you enjoy punishment. And that is a fascinating you get jovial, you get off on pain, and that is the choice acolyte of the
if that doesn't describe the priests, I don't know what does.
Isn't that something? But here it's crazy because that is one of the most symbolic things I've ever thought, is how symbolic Jupiter is to the descriptions of Job. His ribs are showing. He's got gray curly hair, swirly curls, ribs showing. All those things are basically description of Jupiter, but that's symbolic. And here you are telling me that the boils is where the word symbolic comes from. It's boiling in the same way. So fascinating.
Well, another interesting note here, plague and war, right? That the bellows, the arrow, is fired from a toxo, a bow, or toxin, giving us a link between the idea of the virus or the poison and the weapon and the wound and the strike. There's more there, I'm sure.
Yes.
Wow.
And I've always thought about like bringing in gods that have longer ballistics, like bringing in Apollo and Artemis, bringing in these archers. Before it was Athena and Ares, they had spears. You can't really get as far as you can with the archery. So my theory on this bringing in the archery, the Scythian integration, is also a key symbol of expansionism. So now we have further borders further out from the centralized power hub. So that means we need archers if we're going to threaten the citizens on the far borders from the centralized power. So now we need Artemis and Athena, Apollo and Athena, because we can shoot you from far away, and it instills a sense of self-consciousness that there's a panopticon god is always watching you. He's got you all the way from Rome. He can see what you're doing, and he can shoot you from here.
Not to mention that the toxon, or the bow shape, is also an arc, or an archei, the ruler.
And this dovetails nice to the next word I have. Keep that arc, right? So it's Vergo. Vergo is an anagram for gover. And that means I bend, I turn, incline. And when you grant that O to E interchange, it's also verge or verrier, which is a rod or a staff of office representing a phallus, which indicates patriarchy. Hold on, I'm going to finish. It's also a circumference, a circle, a ring, an edge, or border, hence the expression on the verge.
Oh,
Ooh!
wow.
Fuck yeah, I'm kicking ass. There's nothing
Fuck
you can do about
yeah.
it.
That is great. That's like a monad right there. You basically just plotted the monad. You got the center pole and the verge. That's great. Fuck, that's great.
You ready? I got more. So the next one
Dylan
is,
thought this was like a test, like how many points can I score?
well, yeah, I mean,
I'm
you
so
know,
glad. I mean, don't get me wrong.
So-
This is a perfect demonstration of why philology matters. That look at all these threads we can pull and be like, wow, all these concepts are related.
well, so Gabe was talking about that Scythian influence or scythes, right?
Mhm.
Well, an anagram for caper is, if you grant the S to C interchange that is seen in Greek, reaps. R-E-A-P-S, reaping what you sow.
Whoa.
And then last but
Nice.
not least, an anagram for sover is roves. And if there's one thing this system does, is it roves all over the world.
Very well played, sir. Very well played.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Damn.
Rove, the Wanderer.
And that's actually one of the names of one of the matriarchal Sibyls, is the Wanderer, right? I got that somewhere in my notes.
I don't
It's
know
like-
it that well.
Yeah, one of the big mama Sibyls was called the Wanderer, which kind of points to Jupiter, really, again. But
that might be a Cumaean Sibyl reference because she was described as being not from. She's incognita, in disguise, and also not local. She's foreign.
Mm-hmm.
And to one of the roots that we were talking about with Bolis, Kautsy in the comments said that Bolo is to speak in Bengal. I can't corroborate that, but if that's true, that's philologically Bolo.
And Boro in Greek, sometimes it sounds kind of like Bolo. They don't really distinguish the LR very well. Boro. That means I can. Like to be able to.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Decoded said that that's correct because it's in the root hyperbole.
It even sounds like ability. Abolo. I have the aboloti. So James, if you pull up any of anything, just free pick out of the pile I sent you in the telly, I can just freestyle riff.
Yeah, I'm looking for one that's not something you've already kind of covered well.
Yeah. Oh, maybe towards the bottom, the one with the picture of the zebra and it's actually my bedside stand. I actually have a picture. It's a book of Plato on a bedside stand with the zebra. I think I sent it to you. Yeah.
All right.
So
give us a good grand finale. I'm running out of gas.
Okay. All right. So, can you zoom in for me? Let's see. Okay. Thank you. Yes. This is fun. So I was researching Machiavelli's poem, The Golden Ass, which is also called, like, it's got a couple different names. It's in here somewhere. But he wrote that poem in a very specific pentameter. He used very specific syllabic choice patterns, right? So we're dealing with the symbols of the Sibyls, and the syllables are going to be key to giving context to what the message is going to come through in the play. And the reason why it sounds like I'm stretching, but I actually happen to know, because I practice capoeira. I know that we use the tambourine is the initiation of understanding the timbre of the situation. And so we actually will switch into different rhythms to intensify or to calm down the energy of the procedure.
Real
So
quick, Gabe.
yeah.
Syllable, Sibyl, syllabus. A syllabus is, we know, like they handy that to give you the main point of what your course is going to be about. But the other meaning of a syllabus is, in law, a summary of a published judicial case. So like the ruling, the outcome.
Nice. I love that. I love
Back
that
to
because
like giving you the law connection to the Sibyls even more clearly in language.
absolutely right. And it's the public facing side. This is another thing I'm seeing here. I think we're dealing with this very likely this has a lot to do with the stenographers in the courtroom, which is going from public to private, and steganography is going from private into the public. I think there's a little bit of that going on here, because we're talking, as soon as I hear public, I'm always like, oh yeah, I always forget that is constantly important. So yeah, we're on the public facing side. The tambourine is the cipher or the code or the timbre. It's telling you what the timing of the plan is, like a syllabus. We're going to go on.
Man. So
Right.
the Greek word steganos means covered.
Yes.
So stenography is covered writing. Back to cover and Sibyl.
Yes. Steganos is covered, but stenagos would be uncovered, would be open. So this what we see in a courtroom is a stenographer. It's going from the public, what everybody knows. She's putting it into shorthand, and it's going into the private. The only shorthand speakers can read it. Steganography is going the other direction. It's going from the private.
Okay, yeah, I was mixing those up. Whoa.
Yeah. So the G tells you which way the door is opening, if you're going into indoors or if you're coming outdoors. The G in steganography and stenography. Public. Sybul. Backwards. Wait. Kaibul. Means public?
It's if you grant the double, so if you grant that P into a B and just use the double B, it's Sibyl. Sibyl is public.
Oh, it's anagram wise. Yes. Brilliant. Yes. Public is, yes, because they're open lips. That's the other thing. Public.
That sounds nasty.
They're open-lipped, yes, because if you're open-lipped, you're obligated. You're obbligato. Your gates are open, so you're in the public. If you're speaking, you're public. You're obligated. Okay. Back on this graphic. So Machiavelli. So Socrates' last work, while he was in prison, he wrote Aesop's fables. He wrote dithyrambs based on Aesop's fables. One of which, number 216, is the story of the donkey and the boar. And the donkey and the boar come together, and they make a bad joke. And Socrates, I think, is hailing not only Aesopsophy, Gematria, but he's also hailing Aesop's fables. He's giving us the cipher to go back and reinterpret what we thought we read in Plato's Republic. Well, what's fascinating is that Machiavelli wrote The Golden Ass, and he used this very specific timing, this pattern for the play, for the way that the words are spoken. And they're spoken in a very difficult rhyme scheme. And Dylan, I think you'll have something to say about the nature of this rhyme scheme, this terza rima. Does that ring a bell? The third rhyme?
Well, what was so interesting to me is like how close it is to Roma, and Rima is something, but it's like it's
Rhyme.
I mean, it's an anagram. It's basically an anagram for a more. There's a lot of stuff in it, but
Yeah.
No, I didn't even know Machiavelli wrote poems, to be honest with you.
I know. He also wrote about Belphegor.
What's that?
He wrote, Belphegor is the infernal spirit of sloth. It's a devil who gets sent up to Earth because too many human men are complaining about their wives.
It's like the
And so-
entire Italian culture.
yeah, totally. So I found out that Machiavelli wrote about the golden ass. I think he's quite in the know about this Socrates being not just a donkey, but a zebra in particular. And reading between the lines is the ability to recognize this terza rima pattern in the art. And so it's not explicit, it's implicit. And if you can recognize this particular pattern of rhyme scheme, then you know that you're in the club. It's almost like you could think of this as the trigger word. I think that the Sibyllines believed they were programming people in this life with overt programming that could be covertly triggered in future lives by simply hitting the tambourine or speaking in the same cadence or rhythm or even language or passwords to trigger like a sleeper cell in this life.
Rima is right in the middle of pilgrimage.
And
Whoa.
what you just said sounds far out until you remember that, like, crucial to the entire doctrine, the Sibyl system, is transmigration of souls or reincarnation.
Yes,
To the degree that they maybe even believed that process could be directed by them.
Yep. And for that, and all they need to do is uphold the illusion that it does work. Whether it works or not doesn't really matter. We still can count on their behavior to adhere to it. So yeah, I just threw in some copies of like Aesop's fables here, and 216 is 6 times 6 times 6. That happens to be a very sacred number. TAX, it's also August 4th, Barack Obama's birthday, 206th day of the year. And then I threw a copy of the Golden Ass there, which has a couple Lacino, L apostrophe ASINO, but it's also called Lacino d'Oro, which they translate that and they say it means the golden ass, Asino, that's little ass, de oro. But it also, doesn't Doro also mean hard, Dylan, or tough or strong? Doro?
I have no idea off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But it sounds like endurance, right?
Totally.
Dorians.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe,
Well,
I don't know, but I wanted to just tell you this real quick. I think what I was thinking of when you said Rima, it's Shriman, which means, so it's SRIMAN, which means one on whose chest is Shri, Lakshmi, right? That's who Shri, like Sri Lanka, mother of the world, always dwells. It's another name for Vishnu. And yeah, that's what I think what I was thinking of. Was
okay,
Shriman.
well that makes me think of the Hierophant card, because there's always a baby on his chest, and also Chance the Spider-Man with the baby strapped on the Mobius. That's what that makes me think of, with the baby on the chest thing.
Oh no! I figured out what I was thinking of. I had to check terminalia. It's a crack. RIMA is a crack, fissure, or narrow cleft, which in Germanic languages is ril, RIL, which is a narrow trench or gully, a small channel or brook, or in other words, I was suspecting this was the etymology of April. And I would say it's the path of the father or the river of the son.
Wow.
Rhyme is also frog.
Chance is narrating that right now, everybody. So go by, get ready for that.
Nice. So the Sibyl sits on top of a fissure or a chasm. She's sitting on a rima and inhaling those fumes. So that right there, even the title of the rhyme scheme that Machiavelli was using is
that
saying,
an allegory for something? That might be something real nasty, just FYI.
It kind of seems like it. It seems like it, but yeah, it is all so very. But again, like the more profane it is, the more I find that there's more treasures that I just haven't sussed out yet. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's
totally.
like they encode everything.
I found that they use that word in anatomy to refer to the fold between the vocal cords.
Oh, well, that would be like. Say again.
Relating it to speaking, as the Sibyls are wont to do, or rhyming.
Yes. That is interesting. So one of the one of many initiatory lines that a somebody who's gaining admittance into the presence of the Sibyls, one of the things that they will say is, I have drinking from the tympania. And that means like I've drank from this tambourine cup, which, you know, they did have weird cups in Greece, but drinking from the tympania, I think that is saying I recognize the tempo. I have a trained ear, and I'm actually acknowledging that we're creating a ceremonial space with the rhythm at hand, with that that specific type of rhythm. And I would even say, I bet different rhythmic patterns have different Sibylline context. And that's something that I've thought about trying to suss out on my Enneagram, because I would not be surprised if the different Sibyls have different formulas that fit in the Enneagram, but I haven't done that work yet.
Gabe, in God's Acre, I quoted Clement of Alexandria when I'm showing everybody how all of the church fathers were Misty or Illuminati, right?
Yeah.
Clement of Alexandria admitted his initiation into the Egyptian mysteries. And he said, quote, I have eaten out of the drum, I have drunk out of the cymbal, I have carried the kernos, and I have slipped into the veil, into the chamber.
That's the one. That's the one. And that phrase is like, you know, takes on slightly different shapes throughout time, and is kind of disguised here and there. But also, I think that is part of that Dante initiatory process. Chance, you remember Mysterious Universe put it out, a whole presentation on Dante Alighieri, and how they turns out there's this researcher who actually found an actual cave. The actual cave fulfills the initiatory process of Dante. Like the shape of the cave is literally playing out step by step the process of Dante. This guy discovers it. He gets all the big heads together. He's about to have a big present, his life work. He's like got a whole room full of people, and they're going to announce to the press that the Dante's Inferno is actually a cave that is a real location that you can go step by step through the book in this real spot. And just as he gets up to the podium to start the speech, to reveal to the world the secret of what the book that Machiavelli is always holding is Dante's Inferno. And so he's about to make everything come to life in reality. And all of a sudden, the doors open and the people are getting calls. There's a big buzz in the crowd. And all of a sudden, the auditorium just empties and everybody leaves in a rush, in a panic. JFK had just died. And it stole the thunder out of the possibility that the world might realize that Dante Alighieri's allegory of the cave is Dante's Inferno, is in Machiavelli's hand, is a real place. And they pulled the rug right out from under his big reveal to the world. And that was all on Mysterious Universe. So I just thought I would share all of that. What's that?
Was that a recent one?
That was a couple months ago. You told me about it.
They go through so much stuff. It's just in one ear, out the other.
Oh, that was so good. And I couldn't believe that the day that he's about to tell about the cave step by step, JFK died, which there's way more to that. There's so much more to that.
But what you just said, Chance, how stuff comes in one ear and out the other. And so sometimes you kind of undercut yourself and you're like, oh, well, I don't know. I guess it's probably better to buy the books than an audiobook. But it's like one of the best things about the audiobook is after you've done the work, it's good to revisit. And it's for just what you're talking about. You have if you're a researcher, you come across so much shit. And at the time you come across it, you either get something from it or you don't. But sometimes you get something from it, but that's not all you get. You don't realize there's even more that you just weren't at a level yet to extrapolate that. And when you go maybe a year down the road and you revisit stuff, you're constantly seeing like it just is like the load. It is constant bloom. It is just a constant bloom of knowledge and wisdom.
Yeah, that's why I have suspicions that there's divine workings at play with everything pertaining to language. That this
it is divine. Man has
like that. This system, at least in its origins, represented some kind of a discovery of what was already there, something innate expression from humanity. The Epicurean idea that the sounds actually mean that the relationship between words and sounds is somehow related to the objects they signify on a tangible, fundamental, natural level. To what degree, I don't know. And, maybe in some ways we've corrupted those natural relationships, but there's something that comes through. Look at this conversation in the last 4.5 hours as a perfect example, how right when something is about to come up for a slide, it's already being brought up by the other ones. Like there's some kind of like divine guidance system that kicks in whenever you look into these things.
That's it. What the with the alphabets and the systems, all that is somebody took the time to map out this spiritual mechanism we're using, right? A, ah. We make ah. That sound ah, a, that's going to exist whether somebody creates a letter or not. The letter just maps that out. B, you know what I mean? Like, so you could do this with everything. So all they've done is just somebody took the patience to map out every sound that a human being could make, so that they could organize a way to in the physical world. But the alphabets and the writing is not the spiritual, supernatural mechanism that you're alluding to. It's just a man's way of mapping it out. What we do have is that supernatural, spiritual, amazing thing that we're connected to.
Right. Once we have the language, we're now entering, even though it's a thing derived out of imagination, however we map it out, we're entering the realm of the imagination, which is where all of everything comes from in the first place. So once you open the portal to that realm, once you've drawn a map, even regardless of how accurate the map is, the map could be actually way off. Yet you'll get, depending on the level of energy that went into it, complexity, intention, honesty.
It's like a monkey swinging through the trees, dude. The more you know, the more branches you have to grab on. The less you know, the less branches.
That's exactly
once you have
it.
a lot of branches, then it starts talking back to you, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's exactly
like this applies to my stuff tuning for people. The more I comprehend the language of the biofield, the more I map that out in my own mind, the more people's sessions start talking to me very specific information. Like it gets an intensely psychic feeling, but in a way it's like I'm speaking a language that the intelligence of the bodies can talk back to me through. Let's wrap this up, guys. It's a little late on my end.
I'm
Dylan's enshrouded in darkness.
I'm in the North Country too. It don't get dark here till like around 10 p.m. So it's getting fucking late. Actually, a little earlier because it's late summer. But
so on the language thing, I'm starting to think, like I'm reading the Cratylus and they're looking at it like, oh, the sounds and the truth are one and the same from the origin from way back then, and we have to figure it out now. I'm wondering if it's the other way around. I'm wondering if sound and meaning and truth are weaving their way together closer towards the future. And now that we're 2,000 years away from the Cratylus, we're looking at him and saying, yeah, man, because the meanings have.
We're actually getting closer to what I'm talking about. Like rather than the ancients having it from the beginning, it's like we're evolving towards it. That could be, complexity.
Yeah.
In a way, invites harmony. Like there's an ordering principle to the creation that as chaos expands, order comes out of it.
Yep. And the Cratylus wouldn't make sense to a young mind. They'd be like, what? Truth sounds? What? If you're young, you're just going to read that and it is not going to sink in. But if you're older and you have more context, that there's a profundity going on here. And when it hits a chord to you, you can't shake it. And you got to go read the whole damn thing again because that was fucking spot on. And one evidence of this idea that we're weaving on all night here is while we were talking, I had a realization. And I think this is another example of how it's coming from the future, not from the past. The word mosquito. This was like 2 hours ago in the show. I realized mosquito is mosquitoes plural is an anagram for K. Thomas. How Thomas? The same Thomas had to stick his finger in the Christ. So a mosquito is like Thomas sticking.
Doubting Thomas.
It's the incredulity of Christ is every mosquito is puncturing you. So
And its
what
root is Messiah or Moses, Moshe.
Moses,
MOS.
so this penetrating pesting, it's like constantly badgering you. It's constantly bothering you. It's a penetrating truth that you can't shake off. And what's amazing about it is that it's cobbled together from mythology. Thomas K. Q-I-E-Q-K, Thomas K. Thomas Mosquito. It's pieces of mythology broken into sounds that are then recobbled into my head, and I think I know what it means. But deep down on some past life level, it actually means the incredulity of Thomas is mosquito. They're fucking with us.
We can't, Gabe. We can't even shut him down. We've got him so wound up. There's no end.
Well, you know,
I'm going to look more into Cradulus. That's one I haven't looked much into, but
I love that one.
Really
But
interesting.
the one thing that's got me really fired up is
what I'm finding out in like a quick look is that Buddhism is influenced by Cradulus. So
yes,
that's fascinating.
Yes, because they do. They talk about languages coming from other languages coming in and changing the meaning a little bit. Does that mean that language should we use other sounds from other languages because it fucks up the truth of the system? It's great. It's so great. But yeah, I wanted to say this. The one thing that's got me the light under my ass right now is phonetic anagrams are where it's at, guys. Like, and I know, but now that I'm getting my head wrapped around it, I'm seeing them everywhere. And I don't think I'll ever fully appreciate the power of phonetic anagrams. But like, you know, Rome, Italy equals morality. You know, how mind controlling could it possibly get?
I think you just muted yourself, Gabe, or something happened. The universe muted him. Is like, shut up, boy. Guys,
Gentlemen,
this was so much fun. This is the longest podcast I've ever done, and it went by
too, I
so
think.
quick. So, like, this is going to have replay values like the Sibyls for the ages.
They basically got 2 podcasts in one. It's a twofer. You know, we made up for being off a week, or we were off 2 weeks. Yeah. And Gabe, you made up big time for your vacation. You brought it tonight.
It was my big.
Both you gentlemen really brought the heat tonight.
Yeah, people were really enjoying it, you know. So thanks for the chat for contributing. This was a real cool subject, and it was so unplanned. Like all of this was just like a lot of it was flow state. There was a little bit of organization, but not much.
Yeah, that's accurate. Totally epic. I appreciate all the support. Also, best super chat turnout of any episode I've done too. So feeling the love. We just hit 8,000 YouTube subscribers during the stream. All kinds of big night, big Leo vibes.
Excellent.
And next Vibrant will actually be the herbs of Leo, astroherbalism of Leo. So that's going to be amazing. That'll be episode 100. So look at us go.
Oh, it took 333s to do episode 99. Woo!
I originally wanted this one to be episode 100 for the big blowout episode 100, but 99 actually kind of feels more right to the Sibylline.
99 was a good time.
Feminine, right. 99, Sibylline.
We partied like it was 1999, that's for sure.
I got a whole lot of prophecies, but a Sibyl ain't one.
Until next time, boys.
Good night, guys. Thanks, everyone. Good seeing you, gentlemen.